Okay, this is an introduction to Luke 21, and it's on a smaller screen. Later videos, I will put it on a larger screen because right now this is the one available to me in the machine. And I really want you to focus on the numbers here, because one of the salient features in Luke, especially in Luke, is that he builds his entire gospel around meter. Okay? So in every chapter, the meter that's used is probably going to be important, more important maybe than other books even. He builds the entire order of his gospel is built around the meter in the Magnificat. And I did videos in Vimeo, the Luke meter channel, Run the Words Together, showing you how you can prove that Luke's actual outline, the order of the points that he produces, like why does he say Elizabeth was 84? Not Elizabeth, the other lady, the one who'd been widowed for so long after Simeon's speech. Why does he mention that she was 84? Okay, why is that important? Because it has to do with Mary's meter. All of his gospel is built around that meter in the Magnificat. And the Paul in the Mary Magnificat meter videos in Vimeo, I showed her meter, and all that stuff is was turned into PDFs. I just pasted the text from BibleWorks, put it in PDF format, and did the syllable counting that you can see here, so that you can understand why Luke is ordering his points the way he's ordering them. Now, before I get into this particular chapter, which is extremely easy to see, okay, the metering is very pointed, like 217 is the ending meter that Mary used. So he's playing on his own recording of the Magnificat, which everybody had known since 5 BC. In order to get through this, I just want to say a couple of things that will help you when you go to do this yourself, because you can count the syllables yourself and get the numbers. See, this is 17 syllables. You can count the syllables. Kai, tinon, legon, ton, feri, I'm just saying in a bad American accent. Tu, hieru, hoti, litos, kalos. Okay, that's 17 syllables. You can count that yourself in any passage of the Bible. I mean, it's the same concept with the Hebrew. Syllable, vowel. A syllable is a vowel sound and a consonant sound. Then when you get to the next consonant, generally, not always, then that begins a new syllable. It's not hard. They taught 5-year-old kids in shul how to do that with Hebrew. And I'm sure they taught 5-year-old Greek kids too. You learned syllables when you were 5 in your native tongue. That's about the age when they first start teaching you the formalities of language. Okay, so it's not hard. And everybody learned it that way. Okay, but if you want to understand how Luke is using his meter and see how meter is used as a timeline, then this is a really good place to start. If you want to see how Bible uses meter, Luke's portrayal of it here is as clear as I've ever found. And maybe there's a clearer place, as far as the New Testament goes, but this one's really obvious. So that's why we're starting here. The other thing I wanted to say as a preface is that what's always bothered me about Scripture, since I was little, is like, God, why are these words the words that they are? Okay, because, I don't know about you, and maybe you can't admit it, but I will. I start to read these words in English, and I'm asleep in 5 minutes. I've heard them 1,000 times before, and they're too familiar, and it's in English, and it's snoozy, and it's religious. Okay, but first of all, that's not the way the Greek is. The English is so vilely mistranslated that I only use it because it's my native tongue. But if you want to know what's really being said here, you need to get into the original, which is what we're looking at. That's the first thing. But even in the original, it's like, why are these words the words that they are, especially with Greek? Because if I took legonton, okay, while some were speaking, tinon means some. Okay, kai can mean when, if, because of, then, and, alright? So it depends on the verb and the subject and what went before. Okay, while they were speaking about the temple. Okay, in Greek, you don't have to put those words in that order. Okay? You don't. So why are those words, why are they there, not in the next verse? And why are they in that order? Inquiring minds want to know. And that has been my big bugaboo with Scripture from the beginning. I'm 62 now. I started getting really interested in it when I was in college. And I'm like, what is this? And my mother, she's dead now. My mother used to make fun of me because I got so tired of trying to figure it out and it didn't make any sense. So she teased me about this for decades. About how I would close my eyes, open the Bible to a place I didn't know where it was, move my finger around, and then whatever word it landed on, that was God's will. See, there's hope. If you think you're a stupid Christian, there's hope. You can't be as stupid as I was. Okay? And I was, 18, 19 when I was doing that? So see, I can read the Greek now and even parse it in syllables and tell you what this stuff means. So see, there's hope. Dumbest person ever alive, I want to say was me, but that's hyperbole. Who knows who's the dumbest person alive? But that's pretty bad, don't you think? So, before I get into why these words are in this order, because the meter tells you why it's legon ton peri rather than, it's a tinon legon ton. Okay, it could have been legon ton tinon. Tinon could have been the third word in the sentence, not the second. So why is that so? While you're looking at that and getting just sort of familiar with the map of the numbers, I gotta go turn some lights on because it's getting dark in here. Okay, break over. So why is this happening? Well, it's clever beyond description. That's why. Okay, the first thing you want to notice is that this is a date line. It doesn't have to be a date line, but he's using it like a date line, so it's very clever. He's saying that the time when Luke 21 occurred was 30 AD, but he's writing about it 28 years later. And this is the same date line that James used for the book of James. So he and James he's writing his gospel, and Paul's writing Ephesians, or publishing it, I think is a more accurate description for Paul. And James is writing the book of James all in the same year and all due to Paul's arrest. So maybe they wrote part of it in an earlier time and they set it aside until God told them more about what he wanted said, and then they composed some other chapters. So I'm beginning to wonder now if each chapter doesn't have its own date line. Okay, I didn't do the meter that you see. Well, yeah, I did do this one in Luke. So when he's using 28 here, he's saying, hi, I'm writing this chapter 28 years after Christ died. And when Christ died is when this chapter events actually took place. And how do I know that? Because his second date line, because there's always two of them, is I am also writing you 35 years from the millennium. See, these date lines reach backwards and they reach forwards. And sometimes they only reach backwards and they only reach forward depending on what the date lines are. And that's how come I know how to interpret these. See, it's kind of like a fingerprint or like forensic science. When you get enough evidence, here, numbers, then you know how to read them. And then here's our third point. Oh, and by the way, when at the end of the year Christ died, there were 63 years left to the millennium. 63, of course, is the meter that he used when he introduced Luke 1, because there he's using it to say, hi, I'm writing you 63 years after the events I'm describing with Elizabeth and Zecharias. And he's making an equidistant play on 63 here and there. Okay? And Mary used 35 as her dateline. So he's reminding you, hi, I'm tracking based on Mary's timeline. This is very funny. Because, of course, when Christ is talking here, especially when you get to 2:17, in the Matthew thing that Luke is wrapping his text around, in the Matthew thing here, Christ has a special paragraph at the end of Matthew 24, the very end. There's a special paragraph that's 217 syllables long, which is, if you look at the Mary meter, it was about how initial Hanukkah, presaged the birth of her son. And she's saying it sometime in the first or second week of Adar, which you know from Luke 1. Pity the scholars don't know how to read it. It's in Luke 1:26 and Luke 1:36. It's a joke about the 6th month, because Israel had 2 calendars. And he's using a civil calendar for Mary. And so in Mary's 6th month, 6 months from the start of the civil year, Mary gets the news she's going to be pregnant. And she gets it when Elizabeth is in her 6th month, but Elizabeth belonged to the priestly tribe, so that was using the sacred year. It's very funny in the Greek. Okay, her immediate reaction when she sees Elizabeth is to create a meter that's 217 syllables long, and that's evocative of Daniel 9, verses 24 through 27. Okay, where she talks about how Haggai too predicted her son would be born on Hanukkah, at the last couple of verses and a couple of more prior. So Luke is reminding the reader, hi, you want to look at the Mary thing here, when he uses a 217. But that's not all he's doing. He's giving you a timeline, just like Matthew 24 is a timeline, about how church interest is going to change. Okay? Now that's the big question. Church interest changing. How does it change? Why does it change? And what does it mean to have this kind of timeline about the change? Now, the style of the way the timeline works, as I showed in Matthew 24, it really goes back to Moses. Genesis 1 is a timeline basically explaining to Israel why Israel exists. And he's using the flood. It's a literal set of events, but he's using the flood as his timeline. And the first flood, so to speak, that there was the waters covering the earth during the restoration, not initial creation, of the earth in Genesis 1, 2, and following. Okay, so that style, which of course the scholars don't yet know, that style, in there, it was a timeline of retrospective exposition. Daniel also uses it in the same manner in Daniel 9. Isaiah used it prospectively for Israel's kings. Daniel tags Isaiah when Daniel's doing his prayer, using it retrospectively with respect to those same kings to show that Isaiah got fulfilled, Isaiah 53. And so Christ, in Matthew 24, did a prospective timeline of the world. Luke is now tagging, in a very interesting manner, that same timeline, but he's separating out the trends of history, and in some cases major events of future history for church, if the rapture doesn't happen. Remember, God knows all the knowable. Okay, so he knows what would be the outcome if a thing didn't happen. He would know the outcome if a thing did happen. Okay, he knows all the conditions, causes, conditions, successions, and relations, and determines their certain futuration. That's the theological definition of God's decree. Okay? I remember my pastor repeating it time and time again. The idea that, it's up to God whether future even actually happens. Well, here he's giving you not only the future that happens, but the future that happens if there's no rapture. Okay? So the trends are not necessarily the same for church as they are for the world. So he's layering using the same text, but yet he's doing what's called indirect discourse, selecting some of the words and packaging them a little bit differently, expecting you to already know the Matthew timeline. So he can separate out and tell you the, as it were, super timeline that's layered on top of the Matthew timeline, but for church. And it's not pretty, okay? He's writing 28 years after Christ dies. There are 35 years to the millennium. Christ died at the end of the year that Christ died, 63 years prior to the millennium. Okay, so this comes to mean 28 years after the events here. So it also comes to mean from the time Christ dies, that would be the first syllable, the chi. And then 28 years after that, okay, is where the word aping is. Aping. I should pronounce it aping. There. Okay, each syllable stands for a year. But when you take the whole sentence in context, it's telling you a trend. A trend of history for the first 28 years after Christ died. For church. Okay, and then by the time you get down to the second line, it's 63 years after Christ dies. Trend for church. Then by the time you get down here, and every time you see it turn orange, that's the 7 factor. It means it's a real important epic in history at that point. Okay? And then the difference tells you whether it was good or bad. It's like a report card for church. 28 is a good number. It means growth plus some difficulty and struggle with the growth occurring either during or at the end. 63 is not good. 63 means that there are a whole bunch of people who were positive, but the vote that was supposed to come in equaling 70 is short. It comes to mean vote short, and what it ends up meaning is the last 7 years are going to be tribulation quality. Not the tribulation, but if tribulation-like. Because remember, church wasn't supposed to exist. We got inserted. So God already knew what the trends of history were going to be, and then when Christ agreed to pay for sins of future people, God had to decide, while Christ is on the cross, God decided, obviously he decided in eternity past, but as it were, he makes it official because Christ is now paying in advance for souls not yet born. And the angelic trial is about Satan trying to prevent those souls from either being born or believing in Christ or maturing in Christ. And if Satan can do that, he can prevent the rapture from occurring. And therefore, all of God's promises to Israel, which are on hold temporarily, that's Romans 9 and 10 and 12, okay, 9 through 11 actually, then all those promises can't be made, and then therefore Satan would win in the trial. So this is really doable, okay? Vote short. That's why time is contingent. Vote short. Well, then time might end. Obviously it doesn't, because we're looking at this from the past. But if you were living then, you'd have to know, okay, this is going to be a difficult time. Time is short. Not all the votes are in. Satan's trying to convince everybody, to not grow or not vote to believe in God. See, when you believe in the gospel, you're essentially voting for God's solution to the problem. If you don't believe, it's because you don't agree with God's solution to the problem. You might not even agree that God exists. See the difference? And then once you're a believer, you have to decide, well, I want to learn this Bible and learn and live on this Bible because it's God's Word. And most people decide they don't want to do that. They'd rather opt for religion or human works or some other kind of substitute for learning and living on Bible. Okay, so this is recording the history of those choices, the future history. because each such choice alters the, what do you want to call it, composition of church. And if you have a whole lot of people believing but nobody growing, then who's going to be their king? There's got to be at least one person who super matures. That's the condition of time ever since Adam. All right? But if you got a whole bunch of people believing, but you got no head, then you got to develop the head. And if you can't develop the head yet, because there's nobody wanting to be a head, then time continues. But you know what? It's got this deadline. The deadline is 490, and we get real close to that being a problem right down here. 469. Okay? So this is a report card. 126 is a bad number. 126 years is what Isaiah used in Isaiah 53, saying he was writing 126 years before the first temple would go down. And when she would go down, that's the equidistant, she would have 126 years on her 490-year time grant. That isn't going to happen. And that's why God says in Daniel 9:24 through 27, he does it in those pieces, 7 weeks and then 62 weeks. Okay, the 7 weeks is 49 years. That's 126 minus 49. And I can't do the calculator here. Wait a minute, let me go get mine. Okay, so it's 126 minus 49, the 49 years that she was that she didn't observe her Sabbath, which is why the temple went down. That's 77 years minus 7 for the tribulation. That leaves 70, which was in Daniel 9:2. So when God is talking about those accounting pieces, this is what tipped me off to the whole 490 structure in the first place. When God is talking about those accounting pieces, he is literally finding a way, as it were, to reimburse time for the temple to be reconstructed. It's an accounting that makes for the tribulation. Israel was owed 7 more years. And she also ended up being short because she was 49 years short in not observing her Sabbath. And so another 7 years are owed on the 49 years. And that's why you have the 62 weeks. And Christ was supposed to die at the end of them in 37 AD, which the scholars don't know because they're using lunar years instead of solar. Christ ends up dying instead at the beginning of the 62nd week. And that's why you have this accounting with the 7 being debited. Okay? But here, whatever it was that happened here in the vote short, it gets made up. And this, of course, is 70 plus 50. Just like Isaiah had done it in Isaiah 53. Go see my Isaiah 53 channel in Vimeo. I did the videos. I map it out. You can see it live in the video in Isaiah 53's text. It's very, very balanced and clear. Okay, well, your total time at the point that this 126 is benchmarked is 189. Now, since this is measured from Christ's death, you're looking at 219 AD. You have to add 30 to these numbers to know what AD year it is. So this is 219 AD, and that ties to Paul. Paul, because Luke and Paul were traveling with each other. All right, so, I can't prove it exactly, but surely they talked with each other about what God was giving each one of them to write. And Paul benchmarks 217, Luke benchmarks 219. Now, 217 had more significance for the political side that was Paul's, sort of focus. His timeline is about how church influences history. This seems to just be about church. And 219 is more relevant solely for church because that's when the pogroms started in Rome. That Paul was benchmarking at the beginning of 217. 219 it was on full swing because Origen was there to try to get the Severan mothers to convert to Christianity. And because of that, because of his popularity, the Roman nobles and stuff like that were really mad at the mothers, and they started a pogrom of Christians in Rome at the time. And I want to say it was Callistus who got killed. Hippolytus, who was arguing with Callistus, managed to escape. And I don't know what happened to Julius Africanus. This is where the Pope myth got invented. This is when and why. The inventor was a guy named Demetrius of Alexandria. You can find out all that information in a book that a guy wrote initially for his dissertation, but now it's in its second printing, called Pope Lists. You can find it on Amazon. I have the first edition. He's just come out with a second edition. And the author's name is Robert Lee Williams, and all he does is trace out the church father writings to prove when the bishop's list got structured. And this is the first time in history that Peter is put on a list. He wasn't on the list before. It was invented in order to because of some kind of competition with Origen in 217 AD. 219 AD is when they had the pogrom, and that's why this is the 126, which is basically saying the church at this point is as bad as Israel, so that the temple will go down. He's marking the year, as it were. The church is so bad, it's analogous to temple down. Because in Isaiah's meter, that's exactly what the first 126 is about. The second 126 in Isaiah's meter is temple rebuilding. So now we have 217 as the next break. 28 means that some growth happened as a result of all that persecution. So you got a 28 here, growth under persecution. Growth and persecution. It's not just growth. Growth would be 21. This is growth and persecution because you got the extra 7. So now he's tying to Mary's meter, basically saying, hi, what Mary prophesied about Hanukkah being the birth of her son, all those events, it's sort of a parallel. This time in history is a parallel, and it certainly was. The actual date here in view is 217 plus 30 equals 247, and this is just before the Decius persecution. The Decius persecution was not really much of a persecution. It was basically that they were so tired of the Christians being such ornery people, and it was so popular that Decius just wanted anybody to make get a certificate saying, hi, I'm a real Roman patriot, real Roman citizen, a real Roman, friend, and to show that I'm going to and they made him do some token thing like pour out some wine on the ground. That was their way of honoring the gods. Or you made some token sacrifice. Okay, and anybody who wouldn't do that, okay, then he would persecute them. Okay, well, that's kind of what happened with Hanukkah in the, strong, what do you want to call it? That was what Antiochus IV Epiphanes was trying to do to the temple. Back at original Hanukkah, he tried to turn it into a pig temple. And when the Jews rebelled, he mixed their blood with the pigs in the temple, on the altar. Well, Decius wasn't that bad, but it was still the same idea. Okay? Antiochus was trying to Greekify the whole, of Judea. All right? What we would later call Judea. He was trying to Greekify it. Okay, well, Decius was trying to Romanify it. All right? And that's why it's really cute, because you hear of amongst the nations, meaning the Goyim, okay? You're going to hear Goyim against Goyim, kingdom against kingdom. Yeah, well, because it's church. But it's like Hanukkah too, only not quite so violent as actually got experienced by the Jews back during Antiochus IV. But it's the same idea. So that's 247, and Paul had benchmarked it sort of in the middle in Ephesians 1:10. So there's some glancing tracking to Paul, but he's not benchmarking at the exact same syllables. But here's what he is doing, and this is what's amazing, but you see it most clearly here, is he's benchmarking definitely all throughout. Even in the text you can see it. He's benchmarking to Matthew. Okay. And it gets so precise down here when he gets toward the end. Like this is 469, and it should be, and the Lord benchmarks at 490. So Luke is literally tracking the syllables, because here's 469. I'll explain these other two numbers in a minute. Here's 469 and 20. See, this is 20. It's kind of barely readable. That makes it 499 or 89. 490 is the end of the time grant. Okay? But Luke, if he's playing off a different fiscal year, wouldn't be calling it 490, he'd be calling it 489. And since Luke introduces both fiscal years in Luke 1 with respect to Elizabeth and Mary, I'm not sure which of the two fiscals he's got in mind, the autumnal equinox or the vernal equinox. I'm thinking autumnal. But he might have switched to vernal, because they do switch their fiscal years in their countings. That's why you might be +1 or -1 at some point. It depends on the fiscal year they're using. Okay? So this is a clause. You always parse these things by clause. Otherwise, you're going to miss the width. So this is 489, whereas in the Lord's parsing of the clauses, okay, and he's talking about the same thing, he parses it at 490. So sometimes Luke takes sentences that the Lord said later on and he sticks them up higher here. Obviously because he wants to get these timeline results for church. But he's definitely tracking to what the Lord is saying at the same syllable count every once in a while. So then the question is, why did he do it that way? And then you have to get into the specifics of what the history was. And then you'll see the satire, like, why is he using uranu there? From heaven. Apuranu. Why? Well, it's got some satirical play on, the time. Okay, and you're going to have to go through your own history, Google and your history books and whatever's in your library and find out what's the satire, because it will be satirical, because the rapture isn't happening. It's supposed to, but it doesn't. It's late. Why is it late? That's what everybody said first century. They got jaded really fast after Christ died. Really, really fast. That's why this is a 63. They believed and then they stopped. Okay, so 126, it's so bad. Negative evolution of the Bible is so bad, it's like the temple down. And that's in the year 219 close, for the period ending 219 AD, which is when Origen was trying to convert the Severan wives. And Origen was a dingbat. He wouldn't know the Bible if it bit him. All the church fathers are dingbats. Okay, and it doesn't get better. They start eating each other alive during this period in 247. They start having all these councils. Well, did you offer anything to Decius so that you wouldn't get persecuted by Decius? It was, with the Donatists. Oh, well, you did, so we're not going to forgive you. You don't belong to our section. That was really good, because you don't want to belong to those apostates. But they thought they were right and everybody else was a heretic. And this is the time of Irenaeus and Tertullian and all those other jerks. They were jerks. If you read them, you need Pepto-Bismol just to get through the first chapter. It's like listening to Donald Trump for more than 5 minutes. Okay? This is how bad they are. Alright, so by here, it's not good. This is 126. In Isaiah 53, he counts 126 syllables from Isaiah 53:1. And the actual chapter didn't begin in Isaiah 53:1. It began 77 syllables prior in Isaiah 52:13. The first 77 syllables were about David's life, because David died at age 77. And the theme of Isaiah 53 is first David's birth to last David's death. And it's got ellipses. It's really sophisticated. But the point is that if you were to add 77 to 126, remember I told you the components? Now you add one of them, that's 203. So 77 more plus 126 is 203, and that's at the 420 mark, which is 450 AD. Notice the 33. This is hysterical. 450 AD, what was that? If you pay a little bit of attention to history, you'll find out, oh, in 450 AD, that's 13 years after Constantine died. And what did Constantine's sons all do almost the second he died? They killed each other. they killed each other, and they killed and tried to kill everybody else. Over what? Well, over the succession of the empire. There were 3 sons. And they killed everybody they didn't like, who they accused of being a heretic, because all their battles, it was a whole civil war that took place all over the Roman world. They killed each other over whether God was 1 or 3. And they were already fighting about that for a long time in the Hippodrome, which is where they had their sports. And they had the green team and the blue team, and I forget which of the two was saying, well, Jesus is really not a man, or Jesus really is a man, or Trinity is false, or, it's God is really only one person. And they killed each other over this. The brothers killed each other. This was civil war, cannibalism of Christians by Christians, and everybody confiscating each other's scripture, of course. Okay? That's in 420. So Isaiah's syllable 203 was the actual syllable, cumulative syllable in Isaiah 53 for the temple being down. The text in Isaiah 53 is, God violated. You won't see it translated that way because it's a sexual connotation, and the translators won't say, okay, what it is. That's the syllable for 586 BC when the first temple actually goes down. The distance from Isaiah 53:1 is 126, but once you did the 126 years, you got to 203 because Isaiah had 77 syllables fronting. So he's telling you, Luke's telling you, hi, remember Isaiah 53 when the temple went down? This is how bad it is. And Constantine's temple then goes down too because all of his sons basically kill each other. Constans dies, and I think Constantius is left. And then he kills his other brother, and Constantius too is the last guy standing in 461. But all that's in the middle. He's benchmarking it in the middle of the war. Why? Because of the text. So that you will know to get out of the Roman Empire. If you're in it during the time. From, see, here's 387, which is approximately, 387 and 30, which should be 417, right? 387 plus 30, 417. So round about 417, you're going to start looking ahead if you're using your syllable counts as a timeline like you're supposed to. And you're going to say, oh, I don't think I want this. Paradote seste. Te kai opo, koneon. Kai delphon, kai suge, gainon, kai feel. Oh, everybody's gonna hate each other. And deliver them over to death. I think I'm going to get out of the Roman Empire before 417 AD. Yeah, it'd be a good idea, because everything the text is saying here, literally the brothers, okay? See, Adelphon, brothers, ha. This is when the Constantine's kids are all killing all of their male rivals and killing everybody else who doesn't agree with them and each other. The last one standing, I want to say, was Constantius 2 by 461. Which is just after this, 11 syllables more after this. Okay? And notice, he dies before diatonomamu. Uh-oh. Then he didn't die in Christ's name. This is how biting the text can be. The leaders didn't do their job. You all are fighting in my name, but you're not in my name. But they were fighting because of his name. You see the satire element in this? It's just unbelievable. And of course, by the time you get to 437, you add 30 to that, and that's 467, which is about 7 years after Constantius dies. Yeah, but he wasn't quite really in my name. He was just fighting in my name, but it was really in his own name he was fighting, and in his own definition of me. It had nothing to do with me. See how biting the satire is? See how relevant it becomes to know that this is a timeline? Same kind of wit that I did with the Paul videos 5 years ago. Maybe it wasn't quite 5 years ago when I finished the videos, but I learned all of this in Paul in 2010, December of 2010, and my life has not been the same since. Okay, then continuing on, we got 469. Oops, crisis. What does 49 mean? All these numbers are in the Old Testament. They all have doctrinal meanings. Okay, 49 is the number of years from Rehoboam until the temple goes down. See how we're staying on the same theme of the temple? Just like here, it was talking about, oh, lito is calo, oh yeah, tuyero. Oh yeah, we got all these beautiful stones. Yeah, and they ain't gonna be but demolished. Yeah, and now he's telling you about the demolishing of church, which is taking rather longer. Oh, church is still in the toilet, baby. 49 years. She gets destroyed. We're using all these really bad numbers in Isaiah. And of course, this is Daniel now. 49 years, Rehoboam, until temple goes down. She didn't observe any sabbatical years. And there's 7 more years old on those sabbatical years, which is why the other prominent Bible number is 56. Uh-oh. And it's 469 years after he died. So we've only got, what? 21 years left before the end of time. And this is our report card? Diaspora? Not good. So that's why benchmarking the clauses is so important. Because then you see these hidden wit. The hidden wit. Yerushalayim. At 489 after his death is 520 A.D. Yeah, and in Yerushalayim in 520 A.D. That's when some ding-dong, whose name was Elias, had started building, starting around 494 or so, started building an abomination of desolation around the rock. Something they call the Church of St. Mary, or Nea Ecclesia, or Nea Theotokos. Mary, Mother of God. Above the rock that signifies Christ. Mary is above Christ. You're building a church to Mary instead of to Christ? Excuse me? Yeah. Now you see why time should have been ending. But it's 49, and during the 49, what do we know from the Old Testament comparison and use of that number to tell us the doctrinal meaning? Well, we know that Daniel was going during the 49. That's when he prayed. He prayed in the 49th year. That's when Daniel 9 took place. This 49 is Daniel's own dateline that he used as like bookends for his prayer. And then there was Jeremiah, and there was Ezekiel. So there were some few. Proel picotas. First fruits. Handfuls of wheat you wave before the Lord. 49, you get the pun. On this, you could count 7 weeks from the last day of Passover. Jews think it's the first day. It's really the last day. From the last day of Passover per Numbers 28:26. And you count 49 days from that, and the 50th day is Pentecost. So we're almost ready to harvest. But it's not a happy time. So that last period that really ends right here is kind of significant in history, 520 A.D. And what is it talking about? When you see the abomination in Jerusalem. Yeah, and that's when you did see it. It was half finished. Elias started it, and then he didn't finish it because he ran out of money. And then Justinian's going to come in 7 years later. Tote, note, hoti, in. and start rebuilding it. Right there, about 527 is when Justinian comes in, and he wants to rebuild, finish the building of that abominating church. Can you see the width? Can you see how this references church? And it goes all the way on from there, which I'll cover more in my next increment. I need a break now. Okay, now we're going to talk about a technique that you see sometimes in the meter in the Old Testament, which I'm going to call bracketing. Bracketing means that the writer of a letter or a section is using the meter in order to point out another section of scripture that the writer is tracking to year by year and is crafting, as it were, an annotation to the timeline that he's tracking. Sometimes this is done for parallelism, to say that a future period in history or the period being written about has the same basic historical characteristics as the tagged or bracketed timeline that is being tagged. Now, tagging we saw already here in Luke. Down here in the lower window, this is Matthew. And I'm going to show how Luke is tagging and bracketing Matthew. Here, I had already briefly alluded to it as syllable 203 in Isaiah 53, which in Hebrew starts at Isaiah 52:13. Syllable 203 is when the temple goes down. Okay? It's not 203 years after the start of Isaiah 53, because Isaiah inserts an ellipsis of 252 years between Isaiah 52:15 and Isaiah 53:1. That same ellipsis, however, is used by Daniel, who tags the same syllable in Isaiah in Daniel 9, and I did the Daniel 9 meter videos in Vimeo. You can go look at them to see how Daniel does it to create two timelines. Luke is obviously aware of that, and he's doing the same thing, tagging both Daniel and Isaiah 53 at the same time here. So what he's telling you when he does that is hi, it's as bad as when the temple went down in the Isaiah timeline, which is 586 BC. That's what the 203 stands for in Isaiah 53. And he's also paralleling what Daniel is doing, and Daniel's timeline is the man of time. Daniel's whole prayer is metered based on Daniel 2. The man of time, with the head of gold and the chest of silver and the loins of brass and then the feet of clay and iron, which is Rome, the last one. And it's not necessarily physical Rome, it's the Roman model. Okay, well, the Roman model today is every country on earth. So you can't just physically say it's Rome. That's one of the mistakes that the scholars have made, is they're a little too narrow in their understanding, when that part of it's because they don't know the meter. Our whole United States is our entire Constitution and its structure is based on the Roman model. So for all we know, we're the great Satan, like we're accused of being. And that's one of the reasons I'm working through this timeline, because it seems to be indicating that in Matthew, and therefore I'm looking for it in Luke. But Luke doesn't go as far as Matthew does in time. So the question is why? And the answer to that is he's setting up the precedent. He's setting up the cause. Okay, and at this juncture in particular, this is when what will later be penned by John as the Revelation 17 harlot. This is when it arises in the wake of Constantine, due to Constantine, and especially in the wake of his death with the murdering by his sons, who first murdered all their male relatives and then went about murdering each other. Okay? So this is a pretty important period in history. We call it 450 AD, and when you get down here to 469, you have to add 30 to that to get 499, but you need to see it as a 469 in order to see the tide of Matthew. Okay, and remember in the last increment I had said that 469 plus 20 is 489, and that's equivalent to 490 depending on the fiscal year that Luke is using. Now, oh, tell me I can call it up. Wait a minute. There we go. I don't know what happened. Here is Matthew. And here is where the 469 is. And here is the next verse in Luke. It's Luke 21:20. And the parallel to that is down here in Matthew 24, verse 15. Now, the meter in Matthew, when you get here, because this is a parallel passage, called delugma. Okay? That means abomination. That means something that's sitting in the temple that shouldn't be there. Something that desolates it. And this is abomination, and then tis is the definite article. And we usually translate eremoseus. We usually translate that as desolation. The desolating abomination. The thing that desolates the sanctuary so that it's no longer holy. It's a bad use of the temple. Okay, really bad. Alright? And of course this text in Matthew is saying, when you see the abomination of desolation, okay, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, in the holy place, meaning the Holy of Holies, really. At this point, right there's no commas in the original, and there's no diacritics either, so just ignore that. At this point, just before ho anaginoskon, this is 490 syllables, the 490 ending, the 490 time grant ending. It's equivalent to 520 AD. Luke very clearly here, see if I can get this to go down some more, or move it up, I guess. Right here. Okay. Here's verse 15, Matthew 24:15. And when you come right here, that's the 490's end. After the word popoi, hagioi. That is the same marker, but maybe based on a different fiscal that hasn't closed yet, that Luke is using right here. And of course, the holy place is in Jerusalem, so you can see just how closely Luke is tracking the Matthew text. It's very interesting. Okay, so now when he's doing that, this is a bracketing technique, because in the Matthew meter down here, this syllable right here equates to our 491 AD. Okay? 491. Alright. 469 was where we started. That's 499, not 491. And it's 16 syllables long. So you have to count back 8 syllables to get to the exact same place. Okay? Which should be Tasukas Hemon. That's 5. Alright? And we're at 499, so we have to count back 4 more. Tesaste, that's 3. Tesaste, and then that's 3 more. So that's 8. Yeah, 499 minus 8 is 491. So just before Tesaste, alright, is where it exactly equals. This is how bracketing works. Here, it's exactly equal to the same moment in time in Luke, but it's not referencing the same thing. Okay? Because what this is saying is basically is going back to, whoever endures, to the end. Alright? He's literally repackaging the words in Matthew in a different order. okay, to show how the timeline about the same things is happening specifically for church. So it's a bracket. This is 491 AD in Luke. So not quite the same thing is true, but when he gets down here to his own end, that still corresponds to Tol Delugma. Alright, but it's not at the same time. Now where you see the bracketing is when you go back and you start to study the history. This is 491 AD, right here at the Tol in Matthew. What happened then? Well, that was when our boy Elias, who's going to become a patriarch in a few years, when our boy Elias was made a priest by Sallustius, who was the patriarch of Jerusalem at the time. And it was under Elias that this abominating temple would be built. The abomination of the Neotheotakas, aka Neo-Ecclesia, and you can find it as Neo-Ecclesia in Wiki. I'm not too fond of Wiki, but sometimes it's got interesting stuff. And this is a guy who would end up trying to build on top of the Holy of Holies. Okay, see that's down here? But he doesn't complete it. This is what's so hysterical about the way this bracketing works. Okay, when you come down here to the same time moment in Luke, you're not at the same time moment here in Matthew. It's farther down the line. It's right at the end here. See, the time moment in Matthew that's here at verse 15, beginning at Tol, is up here corresponding to Kisaste in Luke. That's the same time moment. Well, that's because the temple that's the abomination, the guy who's going to start it, the abominator, was made, especially right in here, at Lug. That's when he becomes the next patriarch. Because he becomes a patriarch in 494 AD, but he only became a priest in 491. Okay? And he's the guy that starts the abomination building on top of the Holy of Holies. But he doesn't have enough money to finish it. So here at 520 AD, okay, is where the 490 ends. Okay, just ignore this meter, it's wrong. The total is 44 syllables, the 35 actually ends here. This is Anonominon meter. He did it. And he counted the syllables right. It's just like anybody else. When you're doing a lot of text, you get really tired and sometimes you make a little math error. Okay? So the 35 syllables ends right here. That's 490 plus 30 AD equals 520 AD. And our boy didn't have enough money to finish his abomination that he was trying to build. Elias the First. Okay? Now, the reason why this is so important to track it and to peg it, like our boy Luke is doing here, is that what does the text say? It says, when you see the abomination, let the reader understand, that's the last 9 syllables here, which is part of the 25 count here, then get out. Go to the mountains. Okay? And that's what Luke is going to end up saying, but in the next verse. So what you're being told here is that there's like an exit window. Alright? It starts here when our boy Elias just becomes a priest. And it ends, because you got to know when to get out, okay? It ends in Luke for any Christian, because this is a text that's applying a lot to the Jews. It ends, in other words, if you're still there, you're in trouble. Because that's what the text is saying. Just go to the mountains. Alright, just leave. Alright? In Luke, this is ending. See, this is 20, that's 489. Okay, the total and takes you to 505 plus 30 equals 535 AD. Okay? And then by the time you get here, it's 16 syllables more. So 505 plus 16 is 521 plus 30 is 551 AD. So you got a window between 491 right here and 551. 491 to 551. So about 60-year window to get out of Dodge if you're a Christian. Here, the window is not the same. Here, it starts at 491 AD, and it ends, let's see, what's that? 491, okay, wait a minute. This will be 520 right here. So then 520 plus 25, because these 9 syllables are part of the count in the 25. So 520 plus 25 is 550. All right. So for the Jews, they didn't have the same window, all right, of exit. They got to get out by 550. So there's some time, but it's like you're not going to really want to be there if you know this in advance. It's saying get out. And you're reading the timeline to know what's coming. And if it says get out, you get out. And yeah, okay, it's telling you when to get out. Starting in 491 until 550. If you're a Jew, get out of Dodge. Once you hit 550, you're going to be in trouble. Okay, and it's telling you how much trouble. Honey, if you're on top of the house, don't even go down to the pack. And if you're out in the field, don't even go back to the house to get your outer cloak. A himation is an outer cloak. All right? Now, why is that distinction between Jews and Christians made? Well, if you look at the history, you find out. Basically, what happens is starting in 491 with our disgusting boy Elias, all right, you start to have a persecution of first Jews and then Christians that lasts pretty much until the Muslims show up in 638. It changes hands. It goes back and forth. There's 15 years, say, between 614 AD and 629 when the Persians come in. They beat Byzantium. They take over the Levant. And they're nice to the Jews for 15 years. Okay, and that's all included in here from 491 to 550. All right. Get out. Why? Because once you're in, if you're in too late, honey, it's going to be really hard to get out. Now, this is also true in the actual literal tribulation. These things are going to also apply, in a different way. But this is like, dress rehearsal, because Satan doesn't know when the rapture's going to happen either. So he's always trying to get this kind of stuff done. And so what they were doing was persecuting the Christians. The Byzantines were very violently anti-Semitic. And they were persecuting the Jews and any Christians who disagreed with them also. So this was your window of opportunity. Just know from here, okay, to here, get out. And the Christians, of course, had a little longer window because they were Christians, not Jews. You could keep your faith to yourself and just call yourself a Christian and then silently study Bible without telling anybody. And, a lot of people were doing that. Okay, so this is the kind of thing, the bracketing of the time from here for the Jews, 491 until 550. And then for the Christians, the same 491 when Elias comes to power as Patriarch of Jerusalem, until about, 505 plus 16 is 521 plus 30 is 551. Not one extra year, what to do. You see how closely Luke is tracking the Matthew text? And you see how he's bracketing it? All right? Now what does that tell you? That tells you, first of all, that we have the right Luke text. So all those people saying, the Bible is bunk, and it's been edited and yada, yada, yada. Well, how could we track it so closely when the scholars don't even know about this meter technique? And there's no evidence that anybody knew about it in the early years. So that knowledge got lost very quickly. The church fathers didn't know. So you can't accuse the people copying the text of writing it to make it this brilliant, because they didn't even know. We have the text. We can look at it. And it very clearly is playing on each other, and the scholars don't know that it's doing that. The Catholic Church doesn't know that it's doing that. The Calvinists don't know what it's doing yet, and they're the ones who did the copying. I mean, Calvinism didn't exist until the Reformation, but, there were, as it were, other movements that were protesting against the Catholics. They had their own Bibles, too. They made their own copies, too. Okay, but they didn't know about this because we have no evidence. That's why I'm making so many videos. All the evidence I got to show you that this exists is right in front of your face. It's the actual text we got, with the actual meter being kind of obvious, and it ties to all those other texts in the Bible that I've also done a meter on, and they're obvious, and that's the proof I got for you. You can't rely on calling me a scholar and saying it. You have to actually look at the text, the first-hand source evidence yourself. And that's what we're looking at here. And if the evidence is corresponding so closely to real history, only God can determine time. Only God can foreknow time. And he's satirizing the future. We're looking at it. He's basically saying that the Byzantines are so bad, get out of Dodge. Byzantine Christianity is being condemned. Well, they clearly didn't know that, or they wouldn't have, been so careful in their copying, would they? Because they're copying their own condemnation. They didn't know that this was a future history timeline against them. The Catholics didn't know that. All right? And it's kind of too late now. Cat's out of the bag. Here we go. 49, he asked for equality. Very bad. And he's giving you an exit window likening this period of time to the tribulation. And what is the tribulation about? Everybody trying to destroy the faithful. And who is the actor in this period? The Patriarch of Jerusalem. You getting the drift here? This is anti-Byzantine, anti-Catholicism. Being likened to, the evil man of the Daniel's man of time. From Rome. Can it be more obvious? Okay? So bracketing is telling you, hi, there's an exit window when there's a little bit here. It's like a year. There's a little bit of difference between the time that your exit window is for you if you're a Jew versus the time window from here to here if you're a Christian. It's about a 1 year difference, but it is a bracketing. Okay? Now in the next increment I'm going to go forward from that, but I wanted you to see these are actual meter techniques that they used in the Old Testament also. But here I'm stressing it on the application between Luke, which is playing directly on the syllables of Matthew, which of course also tells you that Matthew was first and it was first written in Greek. So ponder that until the next increment. Alright, we're still on bracketing, but I'm moving down the timeline to show you the surgical precision that Luke is using in tracking Matthew. Matthew's down here. This is Matthew 24. We're now at verse 19. Uai. Gastri. Those are the keywords. Woe to women who are pregnant. That starts here in Luke 21:23. And the syllable that the uai occupies, two syllables. It's syllable 573 and syllable 574, which corresponds to 603 and 604. Because remember, these This is years after his death in both timelines. Okay? He's talking 2 months before he died. And what we're doing is tracking to show how when Matthew here, obviously quoting, Luke obviously quoting Matthew. I don't know why the scholars have any doubt about Matthew being the first gospel. Uai, tais, and gastri, ekusai. Okay? Same words, exact words, Matthew being quoted. Now the reason why is because Luke is being written 28 years later. He's expecting the reader to have memorized Matthew, which is why he's so creative about the placement of his text. It's called interpretative quoting. It means that when you change a known quotation, you're making a point. Like if I say windows, but I spell it D-O-Z-E at the end, I'm making a play on something wrong with the operating system by Microsoft called Windows. It's kind of like that. Okay, like when we make funny names, satirical names out of Donald Trump, like Ding Dong Trump. Everybody knows what the original is, and so when you make the change, you're making a point. That's exactly what interpretative quoting is about, and that's what Luke is doing here. He's doing it throughout his gospel. And just so that the reader can be sure where he's at, because he's doing that, he occasionally will quote the exact text so that you can follow along. Now, the interpretation here with the meter is part of the bracketing. Because, see, this is 572. So this syllable, this uai, is 573 and 574. Okay? And those are years after Christ's death. He's tracking using the same dating system that Matthew used. So you track by syllable. And in using that same dating system then, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Right here, the uai here in Matthew that he's quoting is not occurring at the same syllable. See, this is 572 at end. So 573 and 574 are the syllable counts there. But here, verse 18 had ended at 560. So this is 561 and 562. So again, Luke is bracketing the text, and there's this time, instead of a 1-year spread, you have a 10-year spread. Because this is 573 and 573 and 574 in syllable counts. And this is 561 and 562. So it's a little over 10 years. 573 minus 561 is 12 years apart. So whatever applied to non-Christians about a deadline is occurring 10 years, 12 years earlier here, and 12, of course, is the number of Israel. Almost, it's a meter that's used almost throughout the Bible. Okay? So, Jews have an earlier warning. 12 years prior, the Jews, it's like, woe to you if you're still there, or you come back, because they do. In history, this is what happens. You come back to Jerusalem, at 561, you're going to be groaning. And God help you if you're a pregnant woman in those days. Okay? For the Christian, it's a similar problem, because any real Christian, and I don't mean unsaved, I don't mean saved versus unsaved, I mean spiritually growing versus, carnal. Okay? For the Christian, it's a little bit later. It's 573 rather than 561. And again, you have to add 30 to that to convert to AD. So if we convert to AD, here we're looking at 602 is the end here, 603, 604 AD for the Christian. But back here, we're looking at 590 because it's 560 plus 30. So 591 and 592. Okay? So it's 12 years prior. the Jews, you didn't listen, you still ended up there, now you're waiting for your next exit window, and here it is. For the Jews, it's 591 and 2. For the Christians, it's 12 years later. Okay? Now, why is that important? Well, when you look at history, you find out. What basically happened, you remember we had our first warning up here, and then you had to go to the mountains. Okay? And this was 520 AD. Okay? Then you had another 16 years. Then you had another 16 years, and you better go to the mountains by this point. Now, if you didn't, or if you came back, then it's like, well, it's not going to stay nice if you come back and think, oh, everything's okay. It's not going to be okay. You should just leave and not come back. But if you came back, then there's this extra little warning. Okay? Now, what basically happens is from the time that stupid church gets started to be built upon the Holy of Holies, the so-called Church of St. Mary, until and then it's partially built, and then it just sits there, and then Justinian comes into power, okay, right about, right here. Justinian comes into power here, and he wants to finish the building, okay? As a result of Justinian coming into power, there is a concentrated effort, first to get rid of the Jews, and then to get rid of Christians who disagree, because he's the guy who really wanted to, how do you want to call it, evangelize everybody. All right? As a result of that, he also wants to expand, and under Justinian, by 555 AD, okay, which is, remember, we've got down to here, by 555 AD, which is right here, when you're supposed to go to your mountain. 4 years after that deadline, that's when he ends up taking the empire to its largest extent in wars with Persia. And from that time on, Persia fights back, and all during this time, Persia sometimes controls the territory, and sometimes it's the Byzantines. When Persia controls the territory, it's friendly to the Jews. When it doesn't control the territory, it's not. When it's friendly to the Jews, it's friendly to the Christians too, because they really don't care. They just want your money. Okay, just pay us and we'll leave you alone. Okay? But starting around 604 for the Christians and about 591 for the Jews, the Byzantines start winning. Okay? And that means that the Christians and the Jews get more persecuted. It's a back and forth thing that continues to happen until basically 630, and that's where we're going to pick up in the next increment. So as I was saying in the last increment, this is about 603, 604 AD, covering the Christians. And this is 12 years earlier, 591, 592. Same text, 12-year difference. Why? This is applying to the Jews. Alright? 591, 592 AD. The text syllable is 561, and 562 you have to add 30 to it. And here, obviously, the text is syllable 573, 574, and you add 30 to it. The reason for this is because the Persian Wars, the Byzantine-Persian Wars, are going to keep on going. And so it's like, it's tribulation quality. Okay, you've got Persia and the Byzantine Empire, what was left of it, which was very much smaller at this point. It reached its widest extent from Byzantium, which we call today Istanbul, because the empire had already split. The Roman Empire had already split. It reached its widest point, hitting Persia in 555. And really what had happened was Justinian was trying to pay a tribute, and the Persians rebelled against themselves, against their own suzerain, also against the Byzantines, who were actually sending tribute to the Persians so that the Persians wouldn't invade Byzantium. And the result was a kind of a battle. And as a result of the battle, Justinian actually took some territory, but he really didn't have the wherewithal to keep the territory. So he basically finished giving the tribute. They got it back, and he finished giving the tribute to the Persians. And the Persians pretty much just said, okay, fine, we'll be at peace. And then after the Byzantines left, the Persians just took over the territory again. Okay? So if you're living in that territory, and you're a Christian or a Jew, neither of these guys are really your friends. Okay? You don't want to be there. They're all going to be imposing taxes anyway, and it's one guy imposing taxes, and then they overrun your area, and then you lose everything. And then another guy is imposing taxes, and you lose everything, so it's like, get out. That's why Uai is so well placed here. For the Jews, it occurs 12 years earlier. But, and this has been a trend of history too, the Jews keep thinking, oh, well, it's our land. It was given to us by God, yada, yada. And they ignore all the warnings in the Old Testament, telling them, like in Daniel 9, when you see the abomination, get out. There's nothing in the Old Testament telling you to come back on your own. In fact, what is said instead is you just wait until God brings you back. But, people don't listen. Alright? They don't listen. So they come back on their own and they claim, well, God allowed us back and they thank God for it and everything. Well, that's a good thing, but God didn't tell you to come back. You're not supposed to come back to the second advent. And of course, Israel's been constantly trying to come back. And of course, there's now a state there, and technically, they shouldn't have done that. But when you stop to look at the history of it, it's like, where else are they going to go? Everywhere they go, they're persecuted. So, you had the Balfour Declaration in 1905, and now Israel's finally a state. And it's been a troubled area ever since. She's surrounded by her Arab enemies. Okay? That doesn't mean that we should not support Israel. We should die for her if necessary. Any Christian who's a real Christian, you can be saved, but if you subscribe to the Christian, doctrine, which is in the Bible only, then you need to be a fan of Israel to, defend her life. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean that you go against your own country to do that, but at the same time, it does mean that U.S. foreign policy ought to be friendly to Israel, and of course it is. So at least we got that much in common no matter where we are denominationally. And until that happened, though, the Byzantines were persecuting the Jews just as much as the Persians were. Actually, the Byzantines were worse. And that's what this period is recording. So I'm going to have you look at that. I got to turn something on the stove for a minute. So people are going to be there anyhow. And if you're there as a Jew and you knew how to count your syllables, frankly, you wouldn't be there. But if you learned how to count them later, or you learned how to count them during, this would be your warning. And then you go, oh, I got to get out. Yeah. But let's say you still didn't. Let's say you're in the middle of it and now you're finally learning to count your syllables and use this as a timeline. So what does it tell you is going to happen? Okay, for the Jew, 591, 592, total is 24 syllables, and that takes you up to 615 AD. Real important. Here, for the Christian, this is 604, 603, 604, and that's 23 syllables. So that takes you to what? 595 plus 30. Okay, and 595 plus 30 is 625 AD. So again, we have a little distinction. This is 615, and this is 625. Why that difference? Well, when you go look at history, what you find out, going back down here to Matthew in the lower window, all the way at the end, we're talking about Tais Hamerites. Those days end at 615 AD. And in 615 AD, the Persians win again versus the Byzantines. And this text is telling you to get out, alright? Just get out. Yeah, because this is where the battle is the hottest, is in the Jerusalem area. And it ends in 614, but 615 is beginning, the new ruler. And the new ruler at this point, at the rise, is Persia. What actually happened in history, telling you that the Jews weren't paying attention to the meter, because they didn't even believe Jesus was the Christ, what happens in history in 615 is that the Jews who were there in the land petitioned the Persian government to give them autonomy, which the Persian government did. And that lasted right up until here. Next 15 years. During this last part, in the middle of Humon, like the Jews who were there, the Byzantines won over the Persians again at 629 AD. So the Byzantines took it back over, so any Jews who were left there with their autonomy lost it. And then they were persecuted again once the Byzantines took over. Okay? So it's like, Sabbath, your rest time ended. And now we have, so this is 24, we have 9 more syllables starting right here. Well, leave out Hamon. Just the last syllable of Hamon. All the way to the end of Sabatoi. And those next 9 years are controlled by the Byzantines again. And it is tribulation quality. But what happens? What happens is that our boys, the new Muslims, come in and take over. And during the rest period, this is really satire, baby. During the so-called Sabbath, that's when they take over the Byzantines. And they're now the rulers of Jerusalem again. And the time is, the battle was 636, 637. Sabato is 3 syllables, okay? By 638, because remember we started here at 561, so now we're going to add 48 to it. So 48 plus 560 plus 30, because it's after his death, total is 638. So this syllable, the toy in Sabatoi, the rest is 638. At this point, the Muslims take over. And as you hopefully know by now, Islam is not friendly to Judaism. It's not friendly to the Jews. The Quran says that the Jews should be killed, that they're scum. That's what the Quran says, and that's why the terrorists, who are terrorists in the Middle East now, that's what they're trying to do, is bring about the, takeover of Islam yet again. This was the first time it happened in Jerusalem. 638 is, beginning of 638 AD is when the Muslims basically moved in. The Muslims were granted by the Byzantines as part of the treaty between the Muslims and the Byzantines that Omar the First, who was the guy who conquered them, could construct over the Holy of Holies, which he saw in a vision, David praying on the rock, which of course David did pray at the end of 2 Samuel. They could build their own church, and that's exactly what they did. So the abomination you saw up here, belonging to 491 and following, because it was an ongoing project, gets replaced by a different abomination, and it doesn't start its construction exactly. I mean, he builds a wooden mosque over it, a small one. But what you see in everyday TV, when you see a shot of Jerusalem, you see this golden onion-shaped dome. That's what was treated away from the Christians to the Muslims at that point. And that the initial mosque that was put there was wooden, and it was later replaced between 685 and 691 AD with what is called today the Dome of the Rock, and that's what you see in every newscast that shows you a shot of Jerusalem. And I'll let you think about that while I go turn whatever it is I'm clicking. Now, that Dome of the Rock, which was originally a wooden mosque, built over the Holy of Holies, what's called the Petra in the Old Testament, the same name Christ used for himself in Matthew 16:18, has nothing whatsoever to do with Peter. That same abomination is now Muslim. The Muslims have in their culture, because it's in the Quran, the idea that, well, Islam, first of all, means surrender at the point of a knife, and you therefore say the Shahada that I'm not even going to say it out loud, basically that you believe that Muhammad is the prophet. Okay? And that makes you a Muslim. If you won't do that, you have to pay, and I want to say it was 20% income tax. And for that, you got the privilege to live. You got no other privileges. Your testimony in court meant nothing. Of course, the Muslims basically stole all their laws from the Byzantines, because that was already pretty much true under Byzantine law. Okay? You couldn't proselytize, you couldn't marry a Muslim unless you converted. They had all these really nasty laws. And some of them were so bad, if a bunch of Muslims were walking down the street and you're walking on the same side of the street, and they decide to push you and steal everything you got on your hands, you can't go to court. You have no redress. If they decide they just want to punch you when they see you on the street, or just wanted to walk into your house and take something, they could do that, and you couldn't get any redress. In other words, you're paying 20% a year just to live, and you're still subject to any individual Muslim who wanted to just mess with you. Okay? Those were the conditions. So see, you need a Sabbath rest. See, Sabbath. You need a Sabbath rest, and you need to get out of there right away. And you had all this warning going back to 591 AD if you knew your syllable. Actually, you had your warning going even back farther than that. all the way back up here. Where was it? Right here. The Christian warning and the Jewish warning first began back up here in 491 AD when you start to see the abomination being built. You should have just gotten out of Dodge, don't come back, because the text never says it's okay to come back. Alright, but if you didn't listen, get out now. Okay. Now, just in case you missed that, then there will be tribulation. And this word megale needs to be back on 21a. This whole total should be 10 syllables, not 7, because you're supposed to break the text by clauses. Okay? But 7 is the number of tribulation, and so when Anonominon was, parsing it, he decided, well, I'll put the megale next. The megale belongs to Flipsis. You can't just throw it on the next line. Okay? Otherwise, you don't get the real pattern that they're trying to show. So, okay, from 638 until the next 10 years, because megale is 3 syllables, alright, 638 until 648, it's going to be especially bad. So don't be there. Okay? It's going to be so bad, it's worse than it's ever been and will ever be again. Now that applies to the actual final tribulation. So how is it that that phrase applies to that period also, since it says never will be again? And I'll cover that in the next increment. Okay, so where we had stopped in the Jewish timeline, well, not just Jewish, the whole world, but it starts out being applicable if you're a Jew trying to live in the land. Eostunun until now of course being when he's talking, Udu Magnete. Alright, Thai. Question here is, how is something that's in the past listed as never going to happen again, analogous to the plain text, which anybody who believes in the tribulation knows, is referring specifically to the official tribulation that is yet to occur. In prophecy, it's called parallelism. Bible always does everything in parallels. It's got a near meaning and a far meaning. It's always dual. The dual is like the dress rehearsal and evocative and reminder of the official one to come later. Just like, Isaiah 9:6 or thereabouts. There's a prophecy that says, behold, a virgin, and it's parthenos in the Greek translation, by Jews, okay? Behold, a virgin will conceive, okay? The near meaning of that prophecy to Isaiah was that his wife would have a kid, and if you keep on reading in the prophecy, it tells him that he's supposed to name his kid Maher Shalal Hashbaz. Maher means to make haste, Shalal means booty, okay, and Hashbaz, prey. Okay, swift to booty, swift to prey. And the reason why he was supposed to name his kid that is, as you'll see later in the prophecy, before the kid even learns how to eat properly, everything that God was telling Isaiah that would happen to Israel would come true, which it did. Israel was invaded. Now, well, actually it was not all of Israel, just, Samaria, but, Israel in the larger name. Now, here's the point. We're supposed to understand that what happened, see, if they were living then, they would know, oh, we got to get out of here, okay? They wouldn't necessarily know about Islam, because Islam was a brand new religion that had never been there before. They just knew get out. If they didn't get out, they would know they better start to get out. And obviously, they were under siege. Byzantium, then Jerusalem was under siege, and they negotiated the end of the siege, and Omar I therefore got the rights to build a house of prayer over the Holy of Holies. The guy who was the patriarch of Jerusalem at that time, I want to say, was Eutychius. Okay, boy. Or maybe it was Sophronius, which he was neither Sophia nor Phronesis, so that's kind of, arrogant. But then, and if you still didn't get out, hi, just so you know, the next 10 years, it's going to be worse than it's ever been and will ever be again. Okay, so how is that true looking back at it now? For the Jews to be taken over by Islam, when Muhammad's dying words were, go up to Jerusalem and kill the Jews, and you won't find that in English. Okay? That's pretty bad. And it certainly had never happened before, because there never was Islam before. And it certainly won't be like that again, because they took over the place. Okay? And they've been there ever since. So how is it going to happen again? It is not until the second advent are we going to get rid of those people. Okay, so all the people trying to talk about peace settlements and all that other nonsense, it's a big lie. I mean, they don't think it's a big lie. They don't know any better. The Bible is telling you it ain't going to get solved. The same promise to Abraham was made to his other kids, and they're the Arabs. And he had through Keturah, not Keturah. Yeah, Keturah. He had another 5 or 6 sons and grandsons, plus he had all his kids through Ishmael. Plus, Jacob's brother was Esau, and you got the Edomites there. So those are all considered Arab tribes. Okay? And the Hashemites are supposedly descended from Ishmael. Alright? A Hashemite king of Jordan. Alright, so they're not going anywhere. It ain't going to end. So, never again. Yeah, because the first time hasn't really ended. Okay? Dome of the Rock is there. It's still there. It's been there since 691, which was, starts getting built. Let's see, this is 618. That means this is 638, 648. So somewhere around here, I'll have to calculate it, is when the Dome of the Rock starts getting constructed, sometime in this area. And it's still sitting there today. So in that sense, it'll never happen again. Now I want you to notice something. This is the world text. And it has a special timeline for the Jews. But when you look at Luke's equivalent, the Uai, alright? And it says nothing's going to happen. It's going to be the same until what? Until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. See, ethnon, that means Gentiles. Sometimes the Bible's translated as nations, but it always means Gentiles. Any nation, not Israel. The nations. And you'll notice, 666, just long before John writes Revelation, okay? So what we think 666 means is going to have to be rethought. Okay? That's when this ends. And it's just basically saying, hi, just get out, do not come back, because nothing's going to happen until I come back, until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. And the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled when? At the second advent. Tribulation is technically considered a payback to Israel, but it's also considered a payback to the Gentiles. Okay, it's a very complicated thing because of the overlapping 7 that was owed on the 49 sabbatical years that got missed. Well, another 7 sabbatical years are owed, and they don't play. They can't play during Israel's time, but they're owed due to Israel. Okay, So that's kind of where you're getting the 14 and where you're getting this. Alright? So you'll notice there's no warning like this. It'll never happen again to church. It's just saying, hi, it's going to stay this way until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Because this is the timeline for church. Now, if you're a Christian, you don't want to be under those Muslims either. But the Muslims treated the Christians marginally better than they treated the Jews. Islam is an anti-Semitic religion. It is a mercenary code of conduct. It's how to be a mercenary and tell yourself you're holy because you're doing it for Allah. And oh, by the way, we want you to kill all the Jews. That's the goal. Christians are treated mildly better under the moniker of people of the book. But the Jews, no. And you can talk to any Jew you want to about, history underneath the stinking Muslims. And yes, they are stinking. I'm sorry. If you read the Quran and you obeyed the Quran the way the Quran is written, you would be a terrorist. And the fact is that most Muslims don't even know what the Quran says. So they think it's a religion of peace. No, it's a religion of pieces. Islam means surrender. It does not mean peace. It's the peace you get after you surrender and become a Muslim. At knife point. Talk to any former Muslim and he'll verify what I just told you. Alright. I mean, I know it from the Quran, but you can know it from any former Muslim without having to read the Quran. But if you read the Quran, then you'd be better off doing that. And you can go to Quran.com and you can see it in the Arabic and in translation by Muslims. So it's not like you can say an anti-Muslim came up with these nasty things. Alright. So, Apotunun, until now, obvious, because Islam was not a religion until this happened, and never again, because they don't leave. Alright? They don't leave. So Israel will never have peace, ever, until the second advent, which is why she wasn't supposed to come back, but she did, and it's understandable that she did, and we're going to have to defend her. Because it's wherever Jews are that the pogroms are going to occur, so now they're all in one location surrounded by their enemies. 666. Now in the timeline, 666 of course means 696 AD, but you get the point, don't you? 6 is the number of man. Trebled means fake trinity, a fake religion that passes itself off as Christianity, 666. And a fake, now, Muslim religion that passes itself off as the successor to Judaism, the successor to Christianity, the successor to the Bible itself. 666. And with that, I'll end this increment for now. Okay, we're starting back again at 707, which is really 737 AD. Because in this section you have Second Advent language. Okay, we saw it in Matthew, and the question was, why does it occur as it did in Matthew? And I tried to explain that. So then the question is, well, that was really because the Bible was being preserved, people were moving west, and as it were, the appearance and the actual wording in Luke is down here. The so-called appearance of the Son of Man. Well, when you're learning Bible, it's like seeing Him when you learn it enough. So this becomes a kind of metaphor. I mean, it's literal for the literal tribulation to come. But at the same time, until that time, because this is a timeline, it's got a satire element to it, and God is not above satirizing Himself. And in this case, the satirization is twofold. By the time you get down to 749, which is really 779, during the time of our boy, Charlemagne. But just so that you know, the metaphor here, when you see all this talk about signs in the heavens, You know, and the sun, and here's the moon, here's the sun, and the stars. Okay, it's talking about spiritual tumult. It's talking about a great deal of migration, spiritual tumult. The Bible is moving. Okay, for good and for bad. It's got both connotations to it. The same thing when it's talking about the Son of Man coming here in verse 27. That's all Second Advent language, but in a way, the God comes to you when you read Scripture. So it's really emphasizing the movement and the impact of Scripture on the area during this time. Hold on, I gotta turn off the heat. So that's how you read it metaphorically before the literal application of it. So this time that ends at 707, which is really 737 AD, is saying, look, this is a tumultuous thing, you know, and especially for a Greek, when you see this kind of language in your Greek plays and stuff like that, it is talking about something that's going on really in heaven that has an effect on earth, and so they use astronomical language for it. Okay? So this is a very familiar metaphor in Greek, to Greeks, in their literature. And they always understood that it means something behind the scenes in heaven. To them, it was the pantheon of the gods. But, you know, Luke's writing about the real one. And it's talking about the angelic conflict. This is really important to the angelic conflict. That Bible be free, and it's moving west. Now, on top of that, when you go look at history during this same time, starting about 696 through 737, you can see the movement of people. And they're also moving west. You have a whole bunch of peoples of various kinds that had started moving west a couple centuries earlier. But there are new waves moving west at this time. Groups of people coming from the Asian steppes. Groups of people coming from the Caucasus. Groups of people coming from up north, moving directly south. You have the Vikings that start up during this time. And of course, coming up from the bottom, you also have movement also going west and north of the Arabs. Okay? So this is the time of all of this confluence of movement, and it's all going in the same direction toward Western Europe. Okay? Now, in Western Europe during this time, you still got, technically speaking, the kids of Clovis, the Merovingians, okay? And they had a cultic association with their kingship. And it was very much based on the Bible, but inaccurately based on the Bible, okay? The long-haired kings is what they're called. And they basically were asserting a divine origin, like kings often do. And they were trying to, you know, create a cult of personality. And it was an admixture of pagan ideas and Christian ideas that they used to sort of gain power. And of course, Clovis had converted to Catholicism, so you had all that going at the same time. But it was a mixture that, you know, when I say that the Bible interest is rising and that people are taking their Bibles with them, that doesn't mean that they understood it. That just means that they were interested. And just like new baby Christians will do, they have all kinds of goofball ideas about what the book says. Okay? But they're learning it. Maybe just a little bit. But there's a widespread interest in it. And the only way you go from being goofy at the start, okay, like I mentioned when I was first starting this, you know, series on Luke, the only way you go from you know, being goofball to being really mature is if you keep that interest in Bible going. And then gradually you learn, oh, I thought that blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's not true. It's a different thing in the Bible. And you slowly get corrected as you go along. But if you don't have the interest, I don't care if you got every single doctrine perfectly right, and of course you won't. If you don't have the interest, it's worthless. Just words in a book. Okay? It has to be driven by interest in God, but it is driven by interest in God. Everybody and his brother during this time is, they got their definition of God goofball or the doctrine's goofball, but it's God that they're interested in, even the Muslims. Okay? Islam is really founded on a mercenary ideology, a mercenary and criminal ideology that tries to tell itself it's holy. But it's got the word God in it. And you know what? When people hear of God, they don't know that the book that they're hearing about is goofball. But they're interested in God, and this book has God's name in it. So I want God. And it's that kind of innocence mixed with goofball that prevails. And that's what's going on here. Okay? You have people moving from the Russian steppes. You have people moving from, the northern part of what we call Europe now, way north, coming down. You have people moving up from, the Arabs moving up from the south, trying to get toward, Spain, and they actually managed to take over Spain during this time. Okay? And it wasn't called Spain then. It was just, a bunch of little principalities. And they're taking them one after the next, after the next, after the next. And Catholicism, was a big influence in Europe. And it wasn't the Catholicism we know of today. Okay, it was really just, we're calling some guy in Rome Pope, and then we just believe whatever we want with this Bible we got. Pretty much. You had a lot of monasteries being built and a lot of Bibles being copied and disseminated during this time. And so when you got the Arabs with the Quran mixing with the people with the Bible, you got a lot of goofball ideas all mixed together. And nobody really knows that what they believe is not in their own holy book. But they put God's name on it, and it's a child's emotional attachment to God. Okay, but that's interest. So that's why this is characterized with a 91 by the time of 737. And then you got the Battle of Tours, which is occurring 5 syllables prior. So Kai, Salu is 3, and Talasas, which is really interesting. Okay, so Lasas. Lasas Kai Salu, 5 syllables. Okay, so the Battle of Tours is right here at Ta. That's really cute because in the Bible, the word sea, which is what this word is, the word sea is used for politics. Okay? The movement of people as waves of, war, or waves of migration, or waves of interest, or waves of this, such that it actually forms a kind of culture for the time. Okay, well, that's exactly what was happening in the Battle of Tours, was in particular the sea of the Christians versus the sea of the Muslims. And the Battle of Tours is kind of like central north in what we call France today. So they've gotten pretty far up, the Arabs. All right? And Charles Martel is the guy who stopped them, or he's the guy who's credited with stopping them. Charles Martel was a mayor of the palace, which means that he was effective ruler of the territory that they then called France. And he was technically underneath one of the last Merovingians, Childeric, I think the second or something. And in those days, the rulers, the last of the Merovingians, were really weak, like the last of the Western Romans. So he was effectively in control, and his son, Pepin the Short will actually end up becoming the king after the final king, who is Childeric III. Okay, and that starts to happen all during this time. After the Battle of Tours, Charles Martel effectively kind of pretty much unites France. He was having trouble with the Angles and the Saxons and the Jutes, and those were people coming up from northern Europe, who we like to sometimes call the Vikings. They weren't necessarily Vikings, but they ended up becoming the population of what we now call Britain. And so he was fighting with them or agreeing with them, and they were settling in or they were pillaging, and it was all this stuff going on. So that's why you have this language, signs of the sun and the moon and the stars. Believers are called stars. The angels are called stars, the elect of God. Okay, the signs of them. Okay, and this is also a metaphor often used, like in Revelation 12, for the Jews. And one of the things that happens during this time is that the Jews find a kind of sanctuary here. Okay? Especially under Charlemagne, that will come into full blossom until he goes nuts in, 814, just before he dies. But he was mostly pro-Semitic, and he inherited that, of course, from, his own family, and Charles Martel was his grandfather. Okay? So at the time this is going on with Martel, Charlemagne, as far as I can tell, wasn't born yet. Pepin the Short was the son of, Charles Martel. So all this is getting ready. And then to give you a better sense of how the time plays, when Charlemagne comes in, you got all men are anxious and afraid about what's going to come now, with expectation of what's to come. Okay, well, what's to come is the end, of the old period where the papacy had so much control, because one of the other migration movements that was going on during this time was a people called the Lombards, and they basically move into Italy, and they sort of like wall off the papacy from having any effective control. And that's why this is considered to be so important, because there's a certain freedom now that's happening in upper Western Europe. Freedom because they're able to defeat the Arabs from coming any farther. And then, of course, Charles spends the rest of his time going back down south to wipe out the Arabs. And then he's got other tribes he's dealing with, to, unify the territory. And that's basically what's going on. So by the time you get, this is 779, by the time you get to this, the dun and dunamis, this means power, first syllable of it, that's when the grandson, Charlemagne, is crowned king of the Franks. And by the time that occurs, the kingdom of the Franks is pretty vast. I'm sort of, operating from memory here, but it's basically all of what we know as France. It's extending far westward toward Germany, and far south to, what we consider the Pyrenees, because there were the Basques that they had to deal with. There were, still renegades of various forms that they had to fight. And that's pretty much what Charlemagne does, from 768, which is right here, definitely for the next 14 years, definitely through 779, And that ends up being a growth period. And one of the reasons it is that Charlemagne's dad, Pepin the Short, the first of the Carolingian kings, he had done an awful lot to consolidate the territory of France, what we call France. And one of the things that's distinguishing about him is that he was really hung up on, really just wanted Bible, and was a good friend of Boniface, who was the sort of pope that's still down in Italy, sort of under the control of the Lombards, but Pepin managed to free up a lot of the, the sort of oppression that Boniface was facing from the Lombards. And we didn't get all of it done. Charlemagne will finish that off. And so what ends up happening here, and another reason why this kind of language with the sun and the moon and the stars is being used, is that right here, after about 34 years, let's see, 779 is 21 syllables in. It's 31 syllables, so we go count back 10. Should be here at this next dunameus. Dunameus kai doxis polis. Okay, well, one more syllable back. The me, between the me and the ta. That would be 800. 800 AD. It might have been 801, so maybe it's after the ta. As a sort of, well, it's a two-handed thing. The Pope, and I don't think it was Boniface by then, the Pope who was down in Italy was so grateful, that was a nice reason, for Charlemagne's help, that he comes up on Christmas Day, either in 800 or 801, to crown Charlemagne king of the New Rome, Holy Roman Empire. Now, on the Pope's part, there was a darker motive. The darker motive is to try to assert control over a king again. All right? Or is that right? Yeah, that's right here. That's 779 right there. He lost everything. He ends up being, as it were, under the thumb of the Lombards. He gets freed by Charlemagne, and instead of merely being grateful, he wants to sort of exercise a little bit of influence and power and authority over Charlemagne. Well, Charlemagne lets him think that he had that, but he doesn't. Charlemagne still stays in power, and in fact, Charlemagne executes a number of reforms which are not really all that biblical, but he didn't know any better at the time. He starts exercising, as it were, rights over the bishops, and rights over the economy, and rights over this, and rights over that. Because, he knows very good and well he doesn't want the papacy controlling him. So on the one hand, what he's doing is overreach. But you can sort of understand why. And on the other hand, what he also manages to do is to, what do you want to call it? He wants people to learn. Okay? He wants them to learn how to read and write. He wants them to have literature. He wants them to have art. He wants them to have an education. And so all those monasteries that were, from Charles Martel forward, okay, from Charles Martel and his successor tours here, although they actually started earlier, they're freed up to really just proliferate. And of course, that's what our boy Charlemagne really wants. And so he institutes a number of reforms. Many of them we would call socialistic today. But remember, this has been a period that has been in war and war and war. It had like at least 100 years of, derelict Merovingian rule. And plus it's got all this movement of people and stuff like that. So he's a little too dictatorial. But given the time and the nature of it and the fact that he wanted to get everybody educated, and he's, therefore, Charlemagne is considered the father of Europe. That kind of explains why this language is so flowery, okay? People were afraid of what's to come, and then will appear the Son of Man, right here. Well, Charlemagne is actually crowned as Holy Roman Emperor here. He'd been king, for a lot longer than that, ever since over here. And you'll notice we're playing with the two dunamis words, okay? But as far as the Word of God coming to the common man, to call it Christ coming, well, yeah. Okay, 1 Corinthians 13 talks about Christ's head. His head getting into your head is the whole theme of the book of Corinthians. It's in 1 Corinthians 1:5 in the Greek, his words in your words. So his head getting into your head, that's like Christ coming to you, okay? And you can sort of understand why the language would be so flowery. Plus, you got this very charismatic king. And, you know, as far as people are concerned, this is like heaven on earth. Hold on, I gotta take a break. Okay, we stopped here at 666, but I need to go back because there's another trend being depicted here that is also in the Matthew timeline down here. Okay, but I haven't covered it yet. Up here in Luke at the 469, it says, "You who will endure will gain your lives." The word gain here is kataomai, and it's a really funny word. It's a Greek translation for the word kana, and you pronounce the Q with a click in your upper palate, kana, just like al-Qaeda. It's like kana, all right? Kana is the verb that the woman used when she had her firstborn. The woman who was named Isha before she fell and after she fell and was, you know, believed in Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. She became called Chuva, and Chuva named her firstborn Cain. The noun is Cain, and it means spear, and it's a sexual pun. She was speared, so she gives birth to a spear, and that's how you acquire something. You spear a fish, you spear an animal, so it comes to mean acquire. And it's somewhat Hebraistically used here because, of course, you're acquiring your soul, acquiring your life. Sukas means soul, literally. By enduring in the doctrine, and if you're spearing doctrine. In other words, it's another way of, the Bible does this a lot. As it were, God makes love to you through Bible doctrine. All right? The way of having so-called fellowship with Him. But the whole marriage analogy starting in Genesis is an analogy between the marriage of God and creation when you believe in Him. You know, the Lord is your husband, we are bride of Christ. That analogy never quits. And so it's being kind of made here. If you're married to Scripture, you will know to count the syllables, and you will know what time it is, therefore, and you will know to get out before the 469 hits. Because you were already warned back up here, okay, especially up here, they'll hand you over, okay, and the brothers will fight the brothers, and I covered that. This is the exact period when the sons of Constantine basically created civil war all over the Roman Empire over whether God was one or three, with each other, killing each other eventually, and killing everybody in their kingdom. It was the so-called first of the many holy wars, and that's why you die, okay? And that was the warning back up here, and it was 203 to show temple down, same syllable count as in Isaiah, which Daniel 9 also used in his prayer, creating a second timeline out of that, linking that up to the man of time, bringing the timeline down to 238 BC when Daniel did it, and Mary picks up that timeline when she does her meter. Okay, so Luke, of course, who builds his whole gospel around her meter, expects you to know Daniel's meter too. So when he packages what the word says, and this is indirect discourse it looks like, where he's reminding you really of what Matthew said, but he's using some of the key words, but a lot of the time he's paraphrasing rather than actually quoting. And he might be actually quoting, because the Lord would have said this more than once. Okay, because he traveled around on a circuit, and during this last year that he knows he's going to be on earth, he's giving them, the blessing. That was what you always did when you were going to die, is you gave a prophetic blessing. That started with Jacob. Okay, actually it started with Jacob. It might have started with Abraham, but I don't remember if there's a prophetic blessing by Abraham in the Bible. But that's what he's doing. So everybody knows, he knows, and he's basically telling them, I'm going to die, and I'm giving you your prophetic blessing, which is, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen after I die. So they would have known to read it this way. Okay, so then if this is 203 and temple is down, then why is this suddenly a 49? 49 was the cause of temple down. 49 was also the number of years after temple down for the, get this, rebuilding. Daniel prays in the 49th year after the temple went down. See, Luke is tracking Daniel. He wants you to know he's using Daniel's specific numbers, Isaiah 53 specific numbers, so that you know exactly what he's talking about. And of course the text is talking about this too. I mean, the whole impetus for this is about the buildings of the temple. To Yehu. Yeah. You end up saying yeah. But you're supposed to do a little rough breathing here. Yeah. Genitive case for the temple. Alright, so the whole thing's about the temple because, the temple depicts is now going home. And what's the temple that's going to be built after him? Well, its name is church. And any Jew who believes in Christ during church is, gets all the privileges of church, just like any Gentile who believed in Christ during the age of the Jews got to have all the privileges of being a Jew, even if you weren't racially the son of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. My guess is everybody on the planet now has some of those genes in him. But I can't prove it. There's certainly enough justification for it, what with all of the traveling across the Levant over the centuries. But why is this suddenly a 49 after the 203? It means something's getting rebuilt. Something's getting ready to end its period so it can be rebuilt. Well, what the heck is that? At 469 plus 30 is 499 AD. Well, I've been talking about the Byzantines all the way down here because the text is Jerusalem specific. Okay, but that's not all the territory in the world. Yeah, that's right. Because what happens by 499 AD? So we got 16 years here. This was 453. Which is an additional 30, making it 483. Okay. And that is verse, a little hard because I formatted this for landscape mode. Okay, 483 minus 15. Okay, so 483 minus 10 is 473 AD. Because I'm adding the 30 AD in there. Okay, by 473 AD, Rome West is about to go down. So that's right here. O me apolete. So just me. Me apolete. Right there. It's 473. 474 is the word me. And then apo is two more syllables. So it's 473, 4, 5. And right about here at le, which is really interesting, considering what apolete means, that's when Rome ceases to really be Rome in the West. That's when Odovaker takes over. Paul's meter ends just as Odovaker reaches the age of manhood. Okay? But the point you're going to see here is that Western split, the split with the West, there were two Roman emperors that began earlier, and it's a question where you want to say it started earlier. Definitely by 283. You could really say it started in 247 because after Decius you had the split with Valerian and his son Gallienus, and Valerian ends up dying in Persia, and Gallienus got the West. And that was during the crisis of the 3rd century, and Gallienus was friendly to the Christians. So all along in here, even though it's technically temple down, the Christians in the West were moving and moving and moving to the West because they were being persecuted so much in the East. Okay? Valerian was virulently anti-Christian and, of course, anti-Jew. So anybody who really had a Bible and just wanted to study it would go into Gallienus' territory, and Gallienus was, off again, on again with the Roman Senate, and finally, he ends up dying. And then there's, after him, you have a bunch of little fracases. Everybody and his brother wanting to be an emperor until finally Diocletian comes along in 283 from his own date line, which is right here. Paul benchmarks it to 283. Okay? So once Diocletian comes into power, that paves the way for Constantine. And from 283 until 346 is Constantine and his sons. And by this point, actually Constans and Constantius, they all died in here. By here, that's when you had the really bad ones. The really bad Roman emperors like Honorius and Arcadius, and the problem with Stilicho and Belisarius and all that stuff. So by 450, the rift is complete. But there were like puppet kings in the West. And the Goths, the Ostrogoths, they kept coming in and sacking Rome and getting more and more, what do you want to call it, power. So that by this point, you start to have in the West, not only a split between the West and the East, but you start to have the growth of what we call now nation states. Because the tribes, the Goths, they got sort of civilized. They became very Romanized over their contacts and attempts to sack Rome. And they wanted what Rome had. They wanted that culture. They started to adopt that culture. So if you endured all of the fighting that went on, by 499, there's the sort of like bad times in the West more or less ended, and you could start rebuilding. I'm not saying times were good, but relative to what went on before, and certainly sheltered now from the Byzantine Empire, which, was successively, eroding because it just didn't have enough fight in it to retake Italy. All right. So it started, staying in what we would call the East, because it was headquartered right there at the Dardanelles. Yeah, I think it's the Dardanelles. What we call Constantinople, or what we call Istanbul today, was its headquarters. Okay? So it was still going bad, but the West was starting to perk up. So now 49 is saying, okay, 49 years is up, there's a rebuilding going on. Well, it was still savage, okay? But that's when you have the time of Clovis, and he was an interesting jerk, but he was a jerk. And he converts to the apostate early version of Catholicism back then. They didn't really have what you could call popes, but they did have bishops of Rome, and Clovis in particular, got married to a gal who was 18, and I'm not sure she converted or she already was Catholic, but he ends up converting. And so then you start now having the precursor of the Merovingian dynasty. The Merovingian dynasty gives way because of the kind of analogous to Seljuk, gives way to the Carolingian dynasty, so that by 800 you're going to end up having our boy Charlemagne. But this is all just starting in here. So while before the Arabs get there, and it's still the Byzantines, okay, with the whole Arab thing coming in really right about here, okay, because they invade in 638, so I guess you could say more here, because 636 is when the actual battle occurs, when Jerusalem is besieged and they finally give in. You have a split in the trends of history. So this 49 is about the West. And that's why I see you got a 126 up here that leads to a 203. And it's basically saying, hi, what's going to become, because, you know, Constantine moved Rome. Okay? Constantine moved Rome here. It finally got rebuilt by about 336, 346. It had been finished. Okay? And so he wasn't staying in Western Rome anymore, in Italy. Okay? He was staying in what we call Constantinople. All right. So this is basically about how the West moves east, and it goes steadily down and worse. Okay, so that's why we got a second 126 here. Is we got the West is, Rome has lost its grip over the West. So the West starts to break up into tribes, and what are called here, you know, the ethnos, the nations. All right? So the 126 here is basically saying, well, this is a really bad time for the East, the Byzantines, and I already explained that much. But it also starts to be a particularly bad time for the West. Okay? Now, I don't know how much history you're aware of, but during this period, besides the fact that you have these tribes coalescing into what are now called nations, all right, you also had a lot of missionary activity, and you also had an increase in the number of monasteries. And what they did in monasteries was make copies of Bibles. They did a lot of different things, but primarily what they were doing is they were making copies of Bibles, and then depending on what kind of, you know, order of monks they chose to establish, that was their way to sort of escape Rome, escape the papacy, escape all of the control, and in the name of being Catholic, they did whatever they wanted. And they had all kinds of different monasteries, and each one was, you know, probably still apostate. But they were making Bible copies, and they were learning Bible copies, and they were sending out missionaries to evangelize all of these coalescing tribes. This is when you have Columba, who goes, you know, to Scotland, and all these other kinds of guys that were running around. Okay, if you wanted to learn and live on Bible in those days, that's pretty much what you had to do. You had to either align yourself with a monastery, go work at a monastery, or be a monk. Or, you know, align yourself with some duke who could afford to order a copy of the Bible being printed. And then, you know, for the sake of his own inhabitants, he would have it taught. That's how things were done in those days. Well, 49 then means that there's some rebuilding, but it doesn't last long. It goes down the tubes here. But that doesn't last either, because, see, this closes with a 91. 84 is God's decree. 91 means God's decree fulfilled, and then, you know, the 14 again. You got 7 more. Christ was supposed to be in his 98th year when the millennium was supposed to begin. So this has always got a good connotation. Purpose fulfilled. Okay, purpose fulfilled, but tribulation to follow, basically, because he was supposed to be in his 91st year when the tribulation was supposed to begin, had there been no church. Okay, but here it's not good. So 595 plus 30, okay, if you want to know the benchmark timing end there. Okay, 595 plus 30 is 625 AD. This is still before the Muslims. So 625 AD, when you go look it up historically for the West, was a time of some turbulence. Okay, first of all, you had the problem with the plagues that occurred during Justinian. You know, and this is actually the period of them right here. And one of the reasons that you had those plagues was because Justinian himself was kind of, what do you want to call it, a bad guy, anti-Semitic, started, all kinds of laws against the Jews, and he was married to Theodora. There were some good things and bad things about him, but there were a lot of plagues that took place during his time, and he ends up going mad. Okay, a lot of them did. So this is kind of like the beginning of that, and then once you have plagues, you have a lot of people dying. Once you have a lot of people dying, you have the sort of like destruction of the economy. Okay, once you have the destruction of the economy, and of course this is still happening toward the east. Once you have those things happen, well, you got a lot of people fleeing to the west. Okay, so it's a bad time in the west too, because if you're busy fleeing, then you're losing your faith in God, so you're not learning and living on Bible, and you're sort of reverting into animalism. So it is a bad time in the West. All right? But somehow, somewhere, amidst all that horror, there's growth, because here's a 21. 21 always means growth. The meaning derives from Jacob being 21 years under Laban and coming out with 2 families, and that's why 21 and 42 are always significant for growth, because he comes out with 2 families. Okay, haha. And the other reason is because 616, and I've only just discovered this meter as a result of Anno Nominon doing it here, but this 616 meter shows up in Matthew 25, and it's like, why is that time being measured? 616 is the number of years between Temple Down and the Lord Down. Okay, we would say Temple Down 586 BC. The Lord died when he was 33, so you have to cut the 4 years off because of the Pharaoh error of 4 years and just call it 30 AD. You can't call it 33 and get the right measure. Okay, because all of our calendars and counts between BC and AD use the Pharaonic chronology, which Augustus approved. Okay, and everybody knew there was a 4-year error in it, but Augustus approved it anyway, and that same 4-year error infects all of our calculations today. Okay, everybody thinks it's because the Catholics made a mistake, and they did make mistakes, but the mistake that still persists is Pharaoh. And all the Roman historians use the Pharaonic chronology. So you just have to count based on the errant 4 years. And since Christ is born at the end of the 4 years, it really ends up being a net 3 difference. 616 is the number of years from the time the first temple went down until the time Christ goes down. And somehow that's a significant measure because the same meter is used with and without the 14 in Matthew 25, and I don't know why. I can say that it exists, I can tell you what it covers, but I don't know exactly why it's being used. 616 is also the number of syllables or years, which is 490 plus 70 plus 56. And you'll notice there's a 126 here, so somebody's playing on that. Luke is playing on that. I'm not sure why, but he's making a big point of the 21. So, and Matthew 25 makes a big play of the 21, because when it subtracts based on a 616 meter, the total it's subtracting is 21. And I really want to understand why this is going on. Okay, so if you subtract 616 minus 21, you get 595, of course. Okay, and somehow that's significant. It's very significant in Matthew 25, and I haven't learned all the reason why yet. So he's saying, hi, yes, it's temple down quality again. See, here's the first of it. This is the west. Then it moves east, so it becomes the east, and this is what's left of the west, and it's going through its own bad time because of what's happening in the east. And there's some kind of recovery or there's some kind of growth due to all that trouble. Okay? So then you have, here the text being that, there's all this trouble going on. All right? So it fits the text. And it fits the time. Because this ends up being 646 AD. There's some kind of recovery, though. Well, that recovery isn't happening in the East, so it has to be happening in the West. Where in the West? I don't know. Somewhere in the Gauls, somewhere in what we now call Britain, because Columba is somewhere in here. I forget exactly where, but he's somewhere in here. There was a lot of missionary activity going on. There were a lot of monks, a lot of monasteries, a lot of roving monks who called themselves missionaries from various and sundry subsects that called themselves Catholic, but they taught whatever they wanted. And they had little Bibles that they carried with them. And they would teach what was in those Bibles to the people. So there was growth. Okay? In spite of the fact that, orge, anger, okay, terrible tribulation that there will be, okay, on all the peoples of the world. Okay? And I'm sure outside this particular focus of Europe, that it was happening in other places too, but I haven't checked that out yet. Okay, because see, when it says all the world, it's not just saying section of the world. Okay, it's talking about the whole world. Okay, so there's going to be some kind of counterpart to this going on, but I don't know what it is yet. This is a poster boy. The poster boy is Europe, because what Christ is doing is tracing out the fulfillment of the Daniel 9 prophecy about the man of time. And the man of time has a specific geographic focus that moves successively west. Okay, it's called the King of the North in Daniel 11, but it moves successively west. So it's north, but it's west of Jerusalem. Okay? So by 646, there's some kind of positive attitude toward Bible. So there's growth. Not a whole lot, but enough to, come into the land. See, because that was the original meaning of this 21. Is that, okay, you've served your time, and now you're ready to go to the home that I promised you. So there's some kind of movement going on here. And, if I looked at history more, I could get more specific. But that's the second 126. There's two timelines. East now and West. Because there were two Romes, they split geographically and politically. And then they ended up splitting theologically too. And the theological split started happening right about 378 or so. So, just in here somewhere. By 349, that would be 379. So right in here. Okay, because you have a theological split occurring here. And then there are more of them. They just keep on happening. All right? So by 616, there's something positive happening. And whatever that positive thing was, it really worked, because by 707, which add 30 is 737 AD, that's accorded with a 91. Now 737 AD is just after the Battle of Tours, is just after Charles Martel defeated the Muslims, because the Muslims, of course, didn't just stay in Jerusalem in 638. They sort of swarmed all over the Levant, and then they swarmed northern Africa, and they swarmed up to Spain, and they were actually ruling in Spain. I forget if it was I think it was the Abbasids. Might have been Umayyads. And then they wanted to swarm into France, and they were stopped by Charles Martel, Battle of Tours, 732. Okay? So this text is going to characterize that period. All right? I'm going to leave you to go look that up, because I'm trying to just focus here on the numbers. Whatever that was, there was really good growth in Bible doctrine, and the Arabs were stopped. Okay? So that's a good period. That's what a good number looks like. 84 plus 7, see the 7 for the, hardship, is 91. Okay? 91 is a big key number in Matthew 24. It's also a big key number in Paul. And of course, Luke and Paul were traveling together, and it stands for a quarter of a year. That's now bringing in Noah. Okay? He's bringing in the whole concept of Noah when he uses that, 91. And I don't remember if his text, because Matthew 24 talks about Noah explicitly. Well, times of the Gentiles, that's your 666. Now we're going beyond that to 701. Looking to see if I can see the word Noah in this text. I can't read it as fast as I can in English. Well, you got the Lasas, the sea, but that's not Noah. It's just an illusion. Okay, I don't see any allusion to Noah right there. Okay, but in any event, that's what the history is. And it was a good period of growth. Okay, well, what was basically happening was that the Carolingians were now replacing the Merovingians. And Martel, I want to say, was the grandfather of what will become Charlemagne. And Charlemagne is starting right about, well, a little bit before here. This would be 779, and I want to say Charlemagne started in 800 or 801. So this goes to 810. So it'd be sometime during the 31 years here. Okay? So if we say that was 779, then you have to count 21 syllables of the 31. So it's polis, doxis, kai, duna, meus, me. Right about here is Charlemagne's start. Okay, and I forget how long he lived. He lived a while. Now what Charlemagne was kind of famous for, he was goofball too, but he was famous for really wanting everybody to get educated in Bible. He ordered some copies be made, not too many, but you know what? What they did is that the monks would have their master copies, and the people would go to those territories to get the instruction, or they would go to get copies, and then they would take copies out from those 50 copies. I think it was 50. I might be mixing him up with Constantine. But he did order copies of Bible be made. He wanted the territory that he ruled to get Bible instruction. Okay? Now, he did a lot of stupid things, but that was one of the good things. Okay, so that's why you got a 42 going on here, because you know, people don't grow out of vacuums. Why was Charlemagne interested in Scripture? Because he was born during this time. I want to say he was older when he comes to the throne, when they finally overthrow the Carolingian, the Merovingians. And that's why, so you had a 21 here, and then a 91 here. Those are good report cards. And you got 42 here. That's a very good report card. So that's the stage. By 779, that's the stage set. Okay, now, bear in mind that just because you're learning and living on Bible doesn't mean you suddenly stop saying and are a good person. It takes a long time for Bible thinking to replace your own. So if you started out as a savage, you're still a savage. Okay, it might take 20, 30 years before you know Scripture enough to stop being a savage. And you never stop sinning. Okay? So when you look back on this period of history and say, well, Brainut, these people were really nasty. Yeah, they were. But the Bible is not measuring that. It's saying, did you want Bible or not? God keeps His word. And you can get it. And obviously people were getting it. But you don't magically change into whatever the fake idea of Christian is now, that you're nice and you're always working around the church and you're giving to people. That isn't how people lived then at all. And that's not how people live now either. The monks were rude. They were nasty. They were particularly cruel. And if they weren't cruel to each other, they were cruel to themselves. There's just all kinds of horrible things that happened with the monks, but not all of them were like that. Okay? I mean, you used to have monks would run around like bandits, and they would take over a town. That was particularly prevalent in the 400s and to some extent in the 500s and 600s. And of course, some monasteries really were peaceful and interested in learning and all the rest of it. But, you know, Bible changes you, but it doesn't change you overnight. And you have to really learn it. If you just memorized it, you'll still be the same cruel, nasty person you were before you even knew, and you might even be worse. So you got to bear in mind that those two trends are going on. Bible is saying that there were enough. Could have been one person. Could have been 100 people. There were enough during that time period to call this a period of growth. And I'm kind of guessing that Charlemagne had something to do with it, but I really don't know. He's the titular head, and the Bible is counting this timeline. Timelines do go by the kings. But we have a bunch of kings at this point. There are a bunch of different nations that are starting to form. I mean, today's France and today's Germany was then split up in like 12 or 15 or 16 different polities at the time. Okay, plus you had a bunch of people overrunning from what we now call Russia that are sort of, fooling in. Then you had people coming from the north of what we call, Norway and Sweden and Denmark. And they were initially pirates too. And they were coming down, and you had people running in from the east, and you had people running in from the north, and people running up from the south to get away from the Muslims. All right? So you have a huge confluence of people and a lot of breakups into like little kingdoms. Mostly maybe the size of New Jersey. Okay? But there was Bible interest enough to call that a 42. So 749 is the benchmark year. It stands for 779 AD, and you can go look that up to find out what might be important about it, but it has to be connected to the Bible. And when you see an increase in religifying, that is disinterest in Bible. When you see an increase, what you want to trace, and I've got a book that does that, what you want to trace is how many Bibles were made, how popular was it to make them, and how readable were they when they were made. And the book that I use to trace that out is a book by Christopher de Hamel, who is in England, I think. And his book is called The Bible, and I paid like $50 for it at Amazon. It's a cocktail-sized book because it's got a lot of illustrations of what the Bible manuscripts look like. So trace that, okay? Because interest in Bible will be reflected in how many people wanted copies of the manuscripts. Were they just copies of the pretty things like the Psalms, or were they the whole books? Because you got Codex Alexandrinus coming out here, and a bunch of codices that are coming out. The famous ones we have today started to come out. The big times when they came out was the 4th century, the 7th and 8th century, and then the 11th century. And most of what we call the Bible today is mostly a product of the 11th century, although the texts we have go all the way back to the 1st century. Okay? And the words that got preserved in later copies, as you can see, because of this precision with the meter, we really got the words that Luke wrote. Because nobody knows the meter. So they just copied the letters. They didn't know. But Luke sure knew, because look how he's tracking to Matthew, okay? So at this point, we're now at 779. Now I've introduced Charlemagne. And I think I'm going to break off there for the time being. And be sure to play with the history of this time from literally 696, but 666 to 820, which is 850. And go look at Western European history. Because, see, we got really good growth here. 21, 91, 42, another 91, all the way up until 870 AD, because that's 840 plus 30, and then compare it to the text, okay? And even if you don't know the Greek, you can count syllables. You can get the word software or eSword for free, and they have the Greek texts, and you can count the syllables, and see how the satire is on the period of history you're studying. That's why I'm doing this, to show the methodology. Peace out. Okay, back. So when you get down here, you'll notice that it's a growth period to 779 with our boy Charlemagne effectively coming to power in 768, all right, but officially 771 or so. So you got salute sonte, 5 syllables. Uranon is 3. So just before Uranon, it's official. Okay? But 3 syllables prior, ton, mes, na. Alright? So you can say during do or doing na, he takes over. His dad dies. But there's a sort of 3-year hiatus, maybe because of issues with Carloman or whatever. Although their relationships were pretty good. Just the same, that's then, and then it's not until here, between the me and the ta of verse 27, that, the Pope, whoever's the Pope then, plays that gambit to crown him on Christmas Day in either 800 or 801. Charlemagne doesn't live too much longer after that. Okay? You got ta duna meus kai doxis polis. So he lives that's another 9 years. Okay? 10 years, I guess, because this is 780 and 30 is 810. And then he dies. This is really interesting. He dies in 814. Okay? And this is so funny. Akromenon. 4 syllables. And what does it mean? Well, in the context, it means starting. But it has this connotation. Archon means ruler. So it's like the thing that rules the time. Okay, and right where the cursor is at the end of Archomenon is when Charlemagne dies. So when the Bible stops a person's life, okay, at the end of a word, it's kind of what do you want to call it? Compliment. Like with Constantine, he dies in the middle of proelpikotas in Ephesians 1:12. Okay. Proelpikotas means first fruits, and the irony there, it's syllable 337 in Paul in Ephesians 1:12. The irony there, prophetic irony, is that Constantine supposedly dies on Pentecost. Well, that's what the holiday was called in Hebrew. Translated to Greek. Proelpikotas, first fruits. Okay, that was the beginning, the first day of the countdown to Pentecost. And by cutting Constantine off in the middle of proelpikotas, it means he didn't make it. That he saved or not, I have no idea. But if he saved, he didn't mature. It's a snub of his whole reign, because his reign stops, his death terminates in the middle of a word. Okay? Now, sometimes the Bible will terminate at a prefix. That can be a compliment depending on what the prefix is. Like archo means ruler. Archon is the word for ruler. Okay. So here, this idea of ruling, which in context is talking about the beginning of, a starting of. Okay. But even so, it's the head. It starts. It rules. It governs. Okay. So that's a kind of compliment to Charlemagne. All right, it's not saying that he was mature, and it's not even saying that he was saved. It's saying that his rule was good. Okay, to end his life right there at that sentence. And it's saying something good about the polity, and it's saying something good about the people. They were positive. It doesn't mean that they got their doctrine right. It meant they were learning Bible. Because this whole thing is about tracing the word and its interest, and it's a progressively westward movement in the timeline of Matthew, and therefore also in Luke. Okay? And so then this is all about, you know, the expectation of seeing him, okay, his appearance, and the worship of his appearance. So it's kind of metaphorical for trying to tell you that interest in God is growing, all right? And it's growing primarily at this time, the poster boy of it anyway, is in what we call France. Now, by the time you get here to the end, we're not talking about Charlemagne anymore. He died here. We're talking about, Louis the Pious, who was pretty apostate, actually, who ends up becoming the successor Holy Roman Emperor. And all the territory that they started to gain, that they had gained under Charlemagne, starts to kind of fall apart. That's why this Kephalos is kind of satirical. Okay, it starts to sort of fall apart. And to see him coming, to actually see him revealed, well, yeah, no, because by this time, by 850, everybody's sort of, see, it's 820 plus 30, everybody's starting to get antsy again. Okay? And after Pius, Louis the Pious, I think you have Charles the Bold or Charles the Bald. And that wasn't so good. Okay. So the thing to know once you get to 850 here is that the Lord had reserved the parable of the fig tree for syllable 1036 in Matthew. But our boy's only up to 8, at the end of the verse, it's 840 equals 870 AD. And this is the timeline for church. And it's saying, observe the parable of the fig tree. And this is how you know it's talking about church. In all the trees. Not just Israel. But this has Israel mentioned in it because you got the word suk in there. Alright? So, telling you the parable about Israel means that Israel comes back into focus during this time, even in the West. So it's 850, 860, because this is elision. It's really a Crassus. So this is 850 here. This is 851, 852, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. Okay, 59, 60, 61, 62. So 862 is the beginning of the word suke, meaning fig tree, meaning Israel. So what was it about Israel in 862? She was overrun by the Muslims. Yeah, and they were starting to break up too. See, that's one thing about the Arabs. If they're not fighting against the Jews, they're fighting with each other. They just fight. Ishmael will be a wild ass of a man. Well, that's true for all of Abraham's other kids. You could argue it's true for all Abraham's kids. Jews are fractious. It's because they're so smart. It's because they're so free. And even in shul, if you went to shul as a Jewish kid, that's one of the first things you learn to do is to argue. And when you're in yeshiva as a semi-adult, one of your jobs, if you're studying at yeshiva, is you find a study buddy, which was made famous in the movie Yentl. You find a study buddy and you argue Torah to each other. You argue it. Well, if this principle is this, what about this principle is that? And if you actually read the Talmud yourself, you find Rabbi blah blah says yes, Rabbi blah blah says no, Rabbi Yidia says maybe. See, you got two Jews, you got three opinions. Well, the same thing is true with the Arabs. Okay? It's because they're so smart. They can think circles around each other and all they want to do is argue all day long. And the Arabs in particular, all they want to do is take what you got. There's an old proverb about An Arab comes and he steals all your forks, and then he negotiates with you the price to return 9 out of 10 of your forks. Okay? So, fig tree, Israel, Palestine, that was the name given by the Romans. Palestine is in something of a turmoil at this point, which is good, because just as this kingdom, even though it's starting to fall apart a little bit, just as this kingdom finally gets established and unified and it's friendly to the Jews, not as friendly by the time Charlemagne died, because he goes a little anti-Semitic at the end, but, not everybody all over the kingdom is paying attention to that. Okay? It's a little more friendly, so you have a massive influx of Jews during this time, because it was advertised as friendly. Charlemagne was telling Jews everywhere he could find them, come on over here, we're going to be friendly to you. Yeah, because he wanted copies of the Old Testament, and he wanted Jewish skills and all the rest of it, because they're smart. And the Jews came, and they came to Spain, and then the Muslims came to Spain and tried to kill the Jews, and so the Jews moved north up into France. You see the point? So when Israel breaks up, where are the Jews going to go? Because they're not supposed to be there, but they are there. So now where are they going to go? Okay, well, God prepared France first. Okay, there's a lot of anti-Semitism that comes in later in France as a result of this. Wherever the Jews go, once they get someplace parked and they're nice and comfortable, then the people around them who are not Jews start getting anti-Semitic. It's ridiculous. It's a trend of history. Of course, it's in Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28, and the same applies to Christians. Okay, but that's why the word fig tree is here. And then it says, and all the trees. See, tree is a metaphor in the Bible for nation, polity. And all the trees. Well, at this point, there are a bunch of trees. There used to only be the Holy Roman Empire, and then everybody else was a province or a titular, government of some kind, but really ruled from Rome. But that's not true now. You got lots of trees in Europe. And okay, maybe the territories are the size of, New Jersey or Delaware. Okay, but that's a place you can be free, relatively speaking, for this time. And that's what's happening here. Now, under Louis the Pious, it wasn't quite so nice, because he was so pious. He was apostate. Whenever people pride themselves on their piety, you know that they're apostate. But he didn't stay in power during all this time. I forget who came after him. I think it was Charles the Bald. And Charles was something of a, nice guy. I mean, really weak, but enough. Well, because of all that happening, too, all the territories that got united under Charlemagne, under the head, okay, of course he dies here, but right at this point, his empire's intact. But they kind of like, the Saxons and the Angles and the Jutes, they were over in Britain, and they didn't call themselves Britain, that was the Roman name for the territory. They start to want to rule themselves. And, Louis Pius, he would rather be pious than hold on to the territory, so he kind of lets them get away with it. And Charles the Bald isn't particularly better. So by the time you get here, we got lots of trees. And yeah, okay, you can call yourself Holy Roman Emperor and we'll bow. Maybe even pay you a little money, but otherwise we're just going to ignore you. And that's exactly what happened. So by 870, we got a 91 here. And here's the point. We want all the trees. We got 24,000 Bible manuscripts. No one of them is perfect, but there's at least one of them for every verse that's got it perfect. Okay, or we can know what the right words are. Got to have lots of trees for that. Got to have lots of nations. Got to have freedom to move and vote with your feet, so that you can have and be in a place where you are free to study the Bible without someone trying to tell you what to believe. And that's why God calls this a 91 by the end of 870 AD. We got all the trees. See, learn the parable from the fig tree. What was the fig tree? Israel. What was her job? To be a light unto the nations. Okay, but the fig tree is down now. It's taken over by the abominating Muslims. But then we need other trees. Yeah. And God spent time getting all these other trees together out from under the crumbling Roman Empire, because the Roman Empire stopped being a good tree. It got rotten at the root, and so then it just started to collapse. In the West, the movement of Bible interest goes west. And so God sets up the nations in advance, so by the time the fig tree again is ripe for falling apart, now the Jews can get out from where they were trapped under the Muslims and start moving west. With, of course, in its place, preceding, the demise of the Umayyads, who were defeated back up here by Charles Martel. Where was it? Right here. Right here at Talasas, right in the middle of it. See? They were defeated. The Arabs are in the middle of the sea, drowning like Pharaoh. Got that? Cute, huh? Okay, so now the tree is freed up, because after they were drowned by Pharaoh, that didn't mean they were exiled from Spain right away. You had to wait a while. Okay, but by the time you get down to Suqain right here, the Arabs are largely either disinterested in having anything to do with control and politics, or they're so weak that they're just not paying attention. And now the Jews can move in to France. Now, 1,000 years later, or even 500 years later, that's going to be a problem. But right now, it's a good thing. They're moving up from Lombardy, because the Lombards weren't particularly nice, and neither were the more apostate Catholics who surrounded the Pope. Okay? And, going too far to the east wasn't going to be too good, because then you had all those other pagan peoples that were around. And, they wouldn't need to go farther north, because France was as far north as you could go, unless you moved east. You see the point? It was just prepared for them to exit. All the trees. See, and all the trees. By 870. What's the message here? God's will got done the way He wanted it done. Okay? And God prepared a way to flee. God prepared a way to get out. And of course, that's what this text has all been talking about. How do you get out? Get out, get out. Therefore learn from the fig tree. And then, it's like when you see that it's it's starting to leave, Leave, then you know that near is the exit. Summer in this particular case. Summer is a time of war. Alright? So this exiting, this exodus, keeps on going through 900. And I'll pick that up at the next increment. Okay, I want to start back at apoleucrosis for a minute. I can't get the... Wow, in this 64-bit machine, I can't even see I can't even access the menu. That's kind of a problem. But I won't be doing too many of these on this machine for long. What I want to focus on is I'm coming back here to 870, and I was talking about all the trees for the protection of doctrine, so you can vote with your feet. If you got many countries you can go to, then if one country is nasty to the Jews or the Christians or both, because if you're nasty to the Jews, you're going to be nasty to the Christians. Okay, seriously, Bible interest evokes a need, a desire, a recognition. Hello, Jesus Christ is Jewish. We want to be nice to the Jews. I don't, how anybody can conclude anything else, I don't even know. But if you're interested in Bible, you have another reason to be nice to the Jews. Hello, God caused Jews to write the Bible. All right? And especially the Old Testament, because Hebrew was not a very commonly taught language even during this time. So Charlemagne invited all the Jews in. They came. It helped that Israel was breaking up under the Arabs because they were fighting with each other, so that gave you a chance to flee. And we already talked about that on the warning text about that. And it's breaking up again. This is going to periodically happen throughout this time. And so now, let's go to the other trees, the other nations. Okay? Now, I said here, with the word apolutrosis, which technically means redemption. Oh, worship. Yeah, well, when you're redeemed, okay, you're set free so you can worship. Okay? Now, what's interesting here, and it bugged me at first, is that why isn't this 7 here, but it's 7 here? Because usually you don't 7 the start of a new paragraph. This is the start of a new paragraph. Kai Ipin. Okay, just like it was the start of the new paragraph that was beginning in verse 19, or no, 32 of Matthew 24. I can't look at it now because in this recording I can't call it up. But the point is that this is the beginning of a new paragraph, and typically speaking, you don't find a 7ing happen at the beginning of a paragraph. But when you look at the wording, it's doing double duty as the ending of a paragraph. Because the message of the fig tree is that you know redemption is near. Well, he just finished saying that up here. Christ didn't say it in this order. Okay? Luke is reordering the words. Okay? Because he's doing the timeline of church. So, parable of the fig tree is sort of like a concluding statement to the foregoing, as well as the introduction of what's coming here in the next sentence, which is, you know that summer's near. For 870, which is 900 AD, which is where I stopped the last increment. Now, why is that so important? I mean, this is really flowery language. It's put down here rather than in the same place that it is in Matthew 24, and we know that Matthew syllabification was being tracked. I mean, and you'll see it again at the end of the Luke passage. So he's taking it out of order deliberately, and that's because of the timeline. See, like I said, when I first started this, I kept asking God, why are these words in a different order? Why is each gospel telling only certain things in order, and then it's like, it differs? And of course, scholars have been arguing about that for centuries. Well, I submit to you this is the answer. Because the passages are metered to tell you a timeline lesson, or a doctrinal lesson, where the 7ing is so important to the lesson that they reorder the words. And they expect you to know the original order in order to get the play on the change in the order, like here. In Matthew, you don't have the words and all the trees. You just have learn the parable of the fig tree. Okay? So, either he said it a second time, or Luke is adding these words here to make application from it. It's called interpretive quoting. Okay? So 870 and a 91 means it's a real important benchmark. The 91 in particular. It's saying God's will has gotten completed, everything he designed it to happen, and now there's going to be a roughneck 7 patch. Because God got what he wanted, and Satan's going to respond. Alright, and 7 is always, tribulation, passion week, that evokes that kind of meaning. So then the next 7 syllables are kind of important. So what are they? Before we get to the end of 900 where I stopped last increment. Hotan parabalosin. Hotan probalosin. Hotan probalosin. Okay, so that's 6 syllables. Ide, so it's in the middle. Ede, hede, ede. Okay, so it's basically when you see, alright, when you see the shoots start. then you know that summer is near. Okay, shoots. You see the start of something. Well, oftentimes we don't see the start of something without, what do you want to call it, pressure? You see the start of your muscles grow when you exercise, but the exercise itself is not pleasant. So something grows out of, when a seed sprouts, it's a struggle for the new plant. First of all, the outer shell of the seed has to soften enough that the shell can break out. Then it has to struggle up through the soil in order to get to the sun, and it has to have enough water the whole time in order to actually even be able to do that. God builds struggle into everything. I hate it, but that's the way it is. So there's a period of struggle, but it's not so bad that you don't see. Okay? That's blepo, to see, to look at, to behold. Okay? Behold, you're going to see. Alright? Through what's coming out. Through the shoots coming out of the bark. Alright? So it's a struggle time. So the period from 870 AD to 900 AD starts with a period of trouble. But you see results. Okay? That first period of struggle where you start to see the results and you know that summer is near, summer is a metaphor of war. Because that's when kings go to war. That's when the temple went down. Okay? There's a 30-year period here. It's not a 7. And then there's a 34, and that's not a 7 either. And then there's a 26, and that's not a 7 either. Okay? So this whole next phase is not a 7ing until it gets here. This is what's really fascinating about this period of history. Roughly from 870 AD until down here, see where it's 1008? If I did my syllable counts right, and I did check it, but I didn't check for variance, so maybe you will. This is 1038 AD, and the total is 168, which is a prominent meter in Matthew. 168 is 84 times 2. So it's kind of a long period from 870 AD to 1038. And there's no one particular growth that occurs in a group. And yet, this is what's so interesting about it, and yet the total is 284s. God's will being done. Not complete yet, but being done. God's decree. There's a decree that's being carried out. So all of this text, from verse 30 to verse 34, is basically underground, like a seed. Okay? That's why probalocene is so important here as a sort of keyword for the period. It's all below decks. That means a whole lot of individuals, not groups, individuals. When you see 7 numbers like 42, it's talking about groups. Groups. There's a bigger group, double the size of this group. Okay? And that is, it's like it buys the whole period. 91. Those could have been a few people in number, but they grew a lot. The growth, the intended growth occurred. Okay, whereas here, you got a growth period, and then if there's growth, there are individuals here, and yet that's a 91. Okay, from 749, the last time it's 7th in accumulation, to 91. So we got individuals growing in here. Individuals, not groups. And it's so good that this is a 91, and this is a double 84. Now, if you go look in history, And again, we're still talking about the West. We're talking about what we now call Europe, but particularly Western Europe. You'll find out that this was a period of a great deal of intellectual and literary ferment. Okay, which means that Satan was rolling out, man's rationalization and his ability to reason, and, it's sort of there was a flourishing of, recovery of the classics and all this other good stuff that was going on. So that you had something else to occupy your mind, Satan hoped, other than Bible. So a whole bunch of people were doing that. But at the same time, then there was an increase in desire to learn, increase in desire to read, increase in desire to know. The Jews were not universally and not all the time welcomed, because this is a rise of anti-Semitism going on during this time too. But there was enough intellectual ferment that one of the things that was beginning to happen during this time is the monasteries were becoming great centers of learning. They were somewhat influenced by that going on in Spain, which, the Arabs Christianized essentially. Once they got to Spain and they were actually taking over a Catholic country, they started to soften their Islam and started to become much more philosophical. Okay? And especially under the Umayyads. And then they start to get soft. And that's why they get defeated at the Battle of Tours. But that sort of eclectic learning together still gets into Europe. And it's a competition for learning Bible. And at the same time, because what's ever good about a thing is always the same thing that's bad about it, at the same time, all this philosophical inquiry that flowers during this time, in especially the monasteries, who really don't like the Catholic Church, but if they call themselves monks, then the Catholic Church won't bother them. They start, getting really interested in, well, okay, now let's go back to the Bible with all this learning we have and try to understand it. And they come up with some of the goofiest ideas that persist until this day. And at the same time, they're really starting to actually learn what it says. Now, I don't remember the names of the chief monasteries during this time. I want to say it was Cluny, but it was a bunch of them. And they were nominally Catholic, but boy, oh boy, you had, I want to say it was also the rise of the Franciscan friars, but I'm not sure I'm giving you the right names. But the big point was is they were going off on their own. They were just learning and living on Bible on their own. They were making all kinds of mistakes. They had all kinds of goofy doctrines and ideas, and they still paid like lip service to things like Mary was sinless and all this other nonsense that started especially in the 4th century. But they were interested in getting the people to know what the Word said. There was a phenomenal amount of Bible writing, a phenomenal amount of, scholasticism. Although I don't know that the official term scholasticism can be used for this period. But there was a great deal of it. Because when you start to get curious and use, man's systems of logic and man's systems of art and literature, and then you go back to the Bible that you claim to believe in, you look at it differently. And one of the things, if you're interested in it, you start to do is really study it. So there's an openness about this whole period that really helped mankind free up from being dominated by the Catholic Church, for one thing, and from being dominated even by Bible. Because, I don't know if you've noticed, but if you grew up on Bible, and you grew up going to church, you learn to tune out real quickly. And it's like when you read it in English, it's like too familiar, so you're not analyzing it. Bible's meant to be analyzed. It was memorized by syllable counts, and then you played with the scripture all day long while you were spinning flax or walking to Ephesus or something. It's meant to be played with. It's not meant to be memorized as a little chant that you do on Sunday. And that's what the church has sort of fallen into. And the monks were still doing their chanting, but they spent time analyzing. And some of our best manuscripts come from this period too. So 168. It's not over yet, but God's decree is being, how do you want to call it, enacted. Not over, enacted. And then look at the results. Okay, this is 1038. So now, and I'm going to cover more about why Luke stops here, because Matthew does. But it's then, look, growth, now we got the growth of the groups. We had individuals here, and we know that the individuals were growing the way God wanted because this is a 91. Okay, the same way that Paul ends in Ephesians. His last 91 has no sub-sevens. We had a sevening here, and then there's none. But it all ended up doing his will anyway in individuals. And that same trend keeps going. Individuals, individuals. You'll never know who these are. It won't be the church fathers. They're the goofiest people who ever lived. When you read their writings, it's like you need Pepto-Bismol. But maybe there was a housemaid who was working in a monastery, and oh my, she managed to learn how to read those manuscripts because she was a housemaid and worked there for a long time. And then, for whatever reason, she had to leave employment, and they didn't maybe have enough money to pay her. So she asked if she could have one of the manuscripts, which she'd been learning all the time she was working there. That's why she wanted to work there. And he said, sure, here, have one. We were going to wash it and write over it anyhow. And she just happened to get a whole copy of a whole Bible, because by then they could produce it. And she'd saved her pennies for all the days she worked as a housemaid, and maybe now she's, of course, in these days you didn't live all that long. Maybe she's 40 years old, and God's given her really good health for 40, because most people died at 35 at this point. You know, or maybe she was considered really old, and it was like for retirement, and she'd saved her pennies, so now she could go to her little dirt hut and take this script with her. And for the rest of her days, she read it, and all the people in the village that were around her, she had them memorize it, and she didn't consider it teaching, she just passed on the words, and then someone inherited her manuscript, and that person grew. And someone else and that person grew. Or maybe here, it was a duke who commissioned the Bible to be copied, and then he gets sick for 6 years. Because, you know, in those days, a little disease could fell you for a long time. Okay, so while he's in bed, he's reading and reading and reading Scripture. And as a duke, he would have been taught Latin and Greek and even Hebrew as a kid. Okay? And so he grew. And then somebody would inherit his Bible, because you passed them down from father to son. Okay, and then maybe here it was a Jewish tradesman. Okay? And he had been a Jew and a good Jew and blah, blah, blah. And he's stopping at an inn someday to get some, hopefully, kosher food, because he's observant. And the serving wench says to him, oh, you're a Jew. Jesus Christ is Jewish. Very innocently, you know, just trying to make conversation. And it suddenly hits him. Oh, he really is the Messiah. So now he pulls out his Old Testament, which he happens to have on his donkey cart on a scroll. And now he wants the New Testament. So the next place he goes, he talks to somebody, probably a monk, and a monastery. He's trading goods for him. He says, you know, do you have any of those New Testaments? And of course the monk is going to be surprised. Aren't you a Jew? Yes, I'm a Jew, but, you know, I'll buy the New Testament from you if you got one. And so he buys one and he starts studying. Okay? That's the story. See, your life is really important. This is the story of your life and my life right here. Nobody sees it in history. But God sees it. And at the end of history, we will know who these people were. According to Revelation, each person who ends up becoming a king has a whole pillar. And in the ancient world, what they did is they carved your great stuff that you did in stone. And then people visited it, and they could tell by the pictures, because, you know, people choose to be ignorant in every generation. Oh, here's a picture of Titus conquering Jerusalem. You know, Titus's frieze, Titus's arch. Okay, well, now we're going to have if this could be you. Except it's not this particular year. This is in the past. But pretend that is 2979. The year 20,979. And this was you. For your 25 years that you learned and lived on Bible. And there's a pillar talking about all the discoveries you learned and all the importance it was and how God blessed history because of you. That's kind of what this is too. That's what the Genesis 5 begats are. It's a kind of honor roster. It is consecutive. Okay, there are no skipped parts. But at the same time, it is an honor roster. Okay, well, maybe this could be you. Maybe it'll be me. All right? That's the thing to learn from these timelines. There's a whole lot of doctrine here that infuses and impacts the interpretation of these words, and yet is consistent with them and doesn't interfere with the literal interpretation of them for the tribulation and the second coming. Whatever it was, somebody really learned, because this is a 168, and it's unknown to history people in here, not a group of any kind. And God's will got enacted. It's not finished yet, so at least one of them is still alive. And then look, now we come to the groups. So because of those individuals, now these groups can flourish. 28, that's growth with some tribulation attached. 35 either stands for God's will or man's vote, because 35 and 35 is 70, and it's always about voting. Okay? And then we got 14, that's pregnant. That's like, tribulation quality. Now what I wanted to close out here is I wanted to stress this. See this 1085? The period is the 35 years to the millennium had there been no church, plus the first 1050 of church. That's what 1085 means, remember? Going back up here. Hi, I'm Luke. I'm writing this chapter 28 years after Christ died, which is also 35 years to the millennium. Okay, so he's writing at the end of some year, because at the end of the year when Christ died, there were 63 years left to the millennium. That's the cuteness of it. All right, well, if he's writing when there's 35 years left to the millennium pre-church, because it was scheduled to begin 94 AD, then he's going to carry this timeline, since it's about church, 35 years beyond the actual 1050, which began in 30 AD, overlapping with what was supposed to be had there been no church. It's really clear that the 1050 is used. And in terms of what year this is 1144. End of 1143 AD. End of 1143 AD was supposed to be the last 1050 of history, and history was, eternity was supposed to begin the beginning of the next year. So January, in our terms, January 1 of 1144 AD was supposed to be when, had there been no church, was supposed to be when eternity was supposed to begin. Now every Jew knew that. So he's reconciling the timeline for church to the original timeline when the millennium was supposed to start 35 years after he writes. Okay? 35th year after he writes. So he's reconciling the pre-church and the post-church 1050. And it's very pointed that he's doing that. Especially when he ends it here with being ready to stand before the Son of Man. Because this is when eternity was supposed to begin. And, in eternity you stand before the Son of Man. You get the Revelation, the end of Revelation. The Revelation hadn't been written yet, but the doctrine was long known. Okay? Be able to stand before the Son of Man. Be ready. Keep on praying at all times. That's at all times. Keep on praying. Okay? So that in the day you can stand. That's stat, desemites, histemi. You can stand before, and this is a legal term, to stand before. Like standing before a judge, standing before a ruler. The Son of the Man. The Son of Man in our terminology. Okay? There's only one of them, and you know who it is. So that's why he ends it that way. Now you see how meaningful this is? It's a timeline with specific years per syllable that are often satirical. Okay? And with a nice little epilogue at the end, like Greek drama wants to do, just by knowing the meter. Hi, this ends up being the first meter of church, first 1050 of church. It was supposed to be the last 1050 of history. But because there's church now, it's going to start early, just after he dies, and he dies early. So hello, instead of it being 35 years and ending at 1050, I'm reconciling what should have been the old 1050 coming 35 years after I write with the actual 1050 that's going past 1050 because now there's church. See? Notice how he's accomplishing all that meaning with just a number of syllables. And what's the total? Ha ha, 77. Jesus Christ is the 77th son. Remember Luke 3. I count off 76 sons, and then I say Christ, so he's the 77th son from Adam. Ha ha. Of course, 70 times 7 means 490. And of course, the Matthew passage Luke is playing on breaks the time into 490, and so did Matthew. Remember? 469 here, and he breaks it right here. And oh, ha ha, David died when he was 77 years old. It's a shame that scholars don't read the Bible, but instead Josephus. And when they tell you David died at 70, it's because they're using Josephus instead of the Bible. The Bible makes the math very plain that he died when he was 77, because in 1 Kings 6:1, he should have been 80 years old that year. He was born the 400th year after the Exodus. And those are the first 77 syllables, remember, of Isaiah 53. See? Isaiah 53 had 77 syllables, and then 126 syllables, and then the temple goes down at 203 syllables, because 203 is the sum of 77 and 126. And then 49 syllables equals years later in Isaiah 53, Daniel prays. And Daniel knows that, because he meters what he says to God in his prayer based on these numbers. And he makes a second timeline out of the 203 to display the man of time. And oh, there was a second 126 in Isaiah 53, so Luke uses it to show the split between East and West church. And oh, because of that split, God's will is going to get done, even though it's getting done by individuals, not groups. Oh, here's a group. Okay, but then we're back to individuals again. And oh, God's 91 gets completed again, second season. And then, oh, well, we didn't quite complete a season, but God's decree is getting enacted, and again, through individuals. And then because of all these individuals, little by little, poco a poco se va lejos, okay, now we got groups. And these groups are what buys the 490. 70 times 7. 77. 77th son. It's about church. And it goes 35 years longer because it started 35 years sooner. And then he stops. He's not saying more. Matthew goes on to 1787 AD. But Luke stops here because he has shown you how it got started. And therefore you know how to end it. That is key to Luke's style. My pastor called it finesse, where Luke will say the start of something. He won't finish it. He expects you to know how to end the sentence. Okay? He says something subtle. He says something droll. And then he expects you to think through, and then you know the end, and then you get the joke or the wry humor or the lesson. That's what he's doing here. I'm only taking you through the first millennium, knowing full well that the reader's going to know, oh, wait a minute, Matthew goes on longer. to 1787. But you stopped here. Now the other place he stops is right here at 1036, which is the same syllable count that Matthew stopped at if you saw the Matthew 24 videos. And 1036, of course, stands for 1066, which is the Norman invasion, which threatened the freedom of one of the trees, Britain, to be autonomous. And it took them until 1154, 10 years after this endpoint here, to get rid of the Normans. Meanwhile, what was the other thing that started happening here? 1071 plus 30 is 1101. Okay, 1036 and 30 is 1066. And there's a silence in Matthew of 14 years. And that 14 years is right here in Luke. And he's playing on, the words are playing on the exact same portion where the Lord starts to say, learn the parable of the fig tree. Now we saw that in text. Okay, we saw that in text right here. But in Matthew, it actually starts at this point. And instead of having the fig tree language, he says, be ready therefore at all times praying. Why would he do that? Oh, because this was a period of the stupid crusades. And in fact, in 1071, actual AD, which this isn't depicting, this is 30 years earlier, but in 1071, actual AD, that's when the Arab boys, different Arab ruler, hits on Byzantium and defeats them, but doesn't go to Constantinople and take over. Sends the king back, and the people are so mad that he lost, they kill him. And then 2 years after that, they displaced the other Arabs. Of course, it was back and forth with the Byzantines too. They displaced the other Arabs who were controlling Jerusalem in 1073. Okay? So you see, putting his language here about praying at all times and be ready, in the place where he knows the reader's expecting fig tree language, because that's where the fig tree language appears, at the same syllable count even. He's basically saying, hi, for all you know, the rapture's going to occur now. Because the Lord leaves out 14, actually. And then he begins the new 14 after the 14 is up with the new 1050. But Luke isn't doing that. Okay? He cuts it off here, and then we got 35 years. The gap is filled in by Luke. Is what I'm suspecting. I'm not 100% sure he's doing that. He might just be starting it at the same place the Lord does in verse 32 of Matthew 24. I haven't figured that out yet. But you see the meaning? He's placing it where the fig tree language is in Matthew 24. So now he's saying, pray, 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 pray. Yeah, because for all you know, the millennium is over, or about to be over, and maybe the rapture will come. Because the rapture is based on spiritual maturation, not based on historical events. The Christian faith, up or down, is causing the historical events. Now, my pastor taught that for 50 years, but he didn't know the meter. Now I got meter proof sitting right in front of you. As goes the believer, so goes history. That was always true with Jews. That's true with Christians now. And if we're negative to God, history goes bad. If we're positive to God, history goes good. That's in Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. But here you have a metrical depiction of the impact. Now, what do you apply from this? First of all these words, why are they in this order? Because he's giving you a timeline of history. And then now you can get real specific. Okay, pick a time in history, like go back to 779 AD, and ask yourself, okay, what is this clause, this whole verse, starting from 707 plus 30 equals 737 to 779, go back through history now and find out what it means. Okay? What does it mean? And then, of course, in Matthew, because Luke doesn't go far enough, in Matthew 25 videos, we're going to see, or you will have seen already by the time this is posted, how does the Lord cover our time? Because it's in Matthew 25:9. Preview of coming attractions if the videos aren't posted. Hopefully this helped you understand the value of the meter. Peace out. Okay. In a way I've finished, and in a way I've not finished, of course, Luke. You can never really finish with Bible. I want to start working on, or just bring to your attention, the fact that even though all these meters look really good, what I'm saying they mean isn't necessarily what they mean. I'm making hypotheses based on the numbers. This is like my first draft. Pretty much all the stuff that I've done on the meter is still first draft. So it's subject to a lot of vetting and dissension. I know this is a political powder keg. 100 years from now, there's going to be mainstream debate. And I can't be the only one working on it. But I'm the only one I know of, except for other people that have written me saying that they are starting to work on the meter because of me, and none of them are scholars. They're all just believers who can read the Hebrew and Greek, which is what this was written to do. It wasn't written for the scholars. The scholars are supposed to be better at it, but it was written for Mr. Joe Average, because people memorize the Bible by syllable counts when they heard it, or they read it, or they heard their teacher teach it. He would quote it, and they would memorize it. So the average Joe believer is me and whoever else is working on this. And there could be scholars working on it, I don't know. But whether or not you're a scholar, okay, because being a scholar makes it better, hopefully, but scholars are human too, and they can be, apostate too. But in any event, don't just take what I'm saying as being, like, true. You don't grow in the spiritual life by just, slobbering over whatever somebody you like says. Okay, that's not going to make you grow. You grow by testing. You grow by being skeptical. Okay? And that was ever since Job, when Elihu says to Job, the ear tastes truth. Okay? So, one of the things that you're going to need to test, and it's really important, is the fact that each one of these timelines that we're doing, and unfortunately I'm still recording in my 64-bit machine, which can't allow me to bring up the other texts. One of the things you need to examine is why. Always the why. You can't account for anything until you account the why. Why is it that Luke's meter here diverges so much from Matthew, the Matthew 24 meter? Okay, that's one of your test questions. How come that's true? Okay? Because in the Matthew 24 meter, it's got a lot more sevenings than this has. This is going 126 years before there's a sevening. But in the Matthew 24 meter, by the time you get to this point, it was the Matthew 4 meter sevened at 84, then 42, then 21, then another 21, okay, and then a 70. Well, before you got to the 70, that was 168. But it's not sevening that way in Luke. Why? And then the Matthew 4 meter goes on, Matthew 24 meter goes on, and it doesn't seven the same way. So you've got two options here. Either I'm misreading or misstating the meter, which you can check, just count the syllables and check, or Luke's metering something else for the same time period. It's definitely the same time period, because Luke is definitely surgically, tacking his syllables to Matthew 24. But the meter results, the sevening results, are not the same. This is a much worse report card than the Matthew 24 meter shows. The Matthew 24 meter, when it's saying 84, it's saying that there was positive volition to God in the Bible. And that was its first 2 verses. Okay? Which took you 84 years beyond Christ's death. Here is 28 years beyond Christ's death, and that's a good number. It means there's growth with trouble. And then this cumulative is 35 years later. So this is when the old millennium was supposed to start. That's why he's tracking it that way. And that means fine, but vote short. That's why the millennium didn't begin. And that's clear enough. The Lord isn't talking about that then. The Lord is just talking about pockets of believers believing, and he's showing pretty good results. 84? I mean, this is 93 AD. You have to add 30. 84 is 114 AD, which is when the Kitos War starts in Matthew 24. So the Lord is tracking something other than what Luke is tracking. Question is, what is it? Now, if you go through the Matthew 24 meter, as I did in the meter videos, it becomes kind of apparent that what the Lord is doing is he's picking up on Daniel's man of time, which is basically the theme of the whole book of Daniel. And Daniel gets progressive revelation about what that man of time means. And the Lord is picking up on that because he keeps on quoting Daniel, referring you to Daniel, to show you how it plays. And he's basically outlining how the king of the north comes to exist in the final days. And my concern is that it looks like he's saying the king of the north is the United States, and that's not good. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't know. I'd have to tack on Matthew 25 to come to that conclusion. But Matthew 24 ends at 1787 AD, which the only significant event that has to do with Bible and faith is the founding of the United States as the first nation that isn't a monarchy, and the first nation that is expressly designed to have freedom of religion. There's no state church. Those are 2 unique things in history, okay? And yet it's modeled after the Roman Empire, which is where, the whole idea of Revelation 17 harlot, political Christianity, that could happen and be the United States. And the guy Ted Cruz, who's running for office now for president, that's the kind of sect he belongs to. Is they're out to make the United States into the Revelation 17 harlot. That's their express purpose. That's how off he is about Bible. Just the reverse of our Constitution, just the reverse of what the Bible warns. So, there's some credence to say that Matthew 24 is pointing to the westward direction of Bible interest, up and down with the positive volition of believers, and the end is not good. The question is, when is that end? And, we're not done yet because we have to tack on Matthew 25 to figure that out. Now, here in Luke, we don't have these same numbers. So Luke has to be tracking something else. And on top of that, the Luke numbers here don't match Paul's numbers either. Okay? I'm not 100% sure that where I put Paul as an overlay on Matthew 24 is the right place, but no matter how I do the numbers, I don't track to Paul using Luke either. And Paul and Luke were traveling with each other. So they both would have known what God was giving them to write at the same time, and they would have talked about it. All right, so Luke is tracking something other than what Paul's tracking, because Paul's numbers are really good too. 56, 21, 7, another 21, then a 28, then a 35, or a 14, I forget which, and then he ends at syllable 147, which is 56 and 91. You don't see that metering here. And 147? 147 AD in Paul. Well, this is already overshooting the field, and this is 130 AD, and this is 181 AD, and it doesn't show nothing. So then Luke is tracking something else. What might he be tracking? Well, let's pretend, as our hypothesis, that the Lord is tracking man of time with the Bible interest moving steadily westward and its ups and downs to show how the man of time gets completed. All right? That's my hypothesis for Matthew 24, sort of world trend. Not just Rome, not just even the United States, but there are poster boy leaders of the world, at any given time in history. And it ends up being the United States from 1787 onward. Okay, primarily because of the Bible interest in it. That's what he's showing, is that Bible interest causes prosperity in a nation. Okay, we'll say that Paul is showing the impact of believer interest and disinterest in Bible, how it impacted the Roman Empire. Because Paul basically ends at the beginning of the end of the Western Roman Empire. Okay, but since Luke's timeline goes on 602 years past Paul, down here, he's reconciling the pre-church millennium plus 1050 with the actual 1050 that began at 30 AD, writing from 30 AD. His writing date is actually 28 years later, but he's beginning the timeline at 30 AD. Okay, so that it reconciles both pre-church and post-church millennial time tracks. So if he's doing that, then it stands to reason that he's tracing something else. And my guess is, and then we're going to test that now, my guess is he's tracing Bible teaching. Bible teaching by those who are the official teachers, Bible teaching by those who are, as it were, rebelling against the official teachers, all right, and then what kind of Bible interest resulted from it, okay, so that his timeline is actually worldwide also, but naturally enough, of course, given the way the Bible spread, it's going to have a Western focus at first. And you say, well, but the Bible was believed on in the East too. Well, yeah, it was, but as I've shown you in previous Luke 21 videos, the Byzantine, which became the Bible of the East, the Byzantine rulers were just really bad. So then any growth is not being attributed to them, but would be attributed to the West, and the West, this is 450 AD, okay, and by the time you get here, it's 467, all right, this is just before the Western Roman Empire falls to Odovaker. Okay, Paul had basically stopped at 434, and I showed that, and that's not good. This is another 7 years after that, 450 AD, or, another 16 years after that. So that's not a good report card. So then, if it's true, and that's what we're going to test, if it's true that instead of what the Lord is tracing from the same time period, and instead of what Paul is tracing, what Luke is tracing is Bible teaching, the adequacy or inadequacy of it, largely inadequate going by these numbers, then we should be able to know or trace something with specific Bible teachers, like right here, Jerome would be born right here. Okay? Jerome was born in 347. This is 346. So the next sentence, verse 13, is Jerome's birth, right there at the very beginning of the word. Apobesete. Besetai. Now what's kind of cute about that is the verb there is anabino, and it means to come down from a ship. And what's funny about that is one of the key words for church is pleroo, and that means to fill up a ship or a woman with cargo. So apobino is like birth. Okay? And Jerome's birth is right here. And when you read Jerome's commentaries on the scripture, he's not particularly mature. But he did do some really significant things that enable people to get Bible. So I'll start to say more about that in the next increment. Okay, we're back. I'm going to cover Jerome again in a minute, but now that I've got both of them on screen, I wanted to show you the difference in Matthew 24's meter versus Luke, because that's what tips me off to the idea that Luke must be analyzing something else. Okay, see here, this is verse 1 in Matthew 24. Verse 1 and 2 sum 84 syllables, and I know Nominon did this meter. I didn't do it, but it's largely correct. I mean, the totals are correct, and then, there's some difference with some of the portions. But that's an 84 meter. You'll notice that there's no 84 meter up at the top of your screen. So Luke's got to be analyzing something else, because the timelines for both of these are starting at the Lord's death, or the last year that he taught, would be probably a better way to put it. Okay, so, verses 1 and 2 are 84 here, down at the bottom. And then we got a 42 syllables for verse 3, part A, because I told him, I said, you want to parse these by clause, and he doesn't quite do it, but he does break it a little bit. Okay, so he's got a 42 here and a 21 here, and so all of verse 3 equals 63 syllables, and you got a 63 here, okay, in Luke, right up here at his verse 6, because that's where his metering starts, is at chapter 5, verse 5. Okay, but he's not aligning. That's not the same time period, because this is 63 after 84. You see, so it's not the same time period. So whatever the Lord is measuring with the sevens, or Matthew is doing, packaging what the Lord said, can't tell for sure, is different. Okay? There's some overlap maybe, but it's not the same thing. And it's not occurring at the same time, because 84 and 63 is not 63 years after the Lord's death. It's 84 more than that. Alright? So something's going on here. There's not the same. See, we got a 21, and then we got a 70. So that's 84 plus 63 plus 21 plus 70 equals another 91. So the bigger paragraphs would be 84, 63, and 91. Well, that's taking us where? Okay? It's not the same. That's the one thing to be sure of. Okay, so understanding that, I'm trying to figure out, okay, what else would Luke be tracking? And I'm positing now that maybe he's talking about the teachers. Okay? If that's so, then the teachers who are significant should be benchmarked, I would think. Okay, like this is a 63, ending at verse 12, and that's a vote short, and it's a group number. Okay? It's a group number, but it still doesn't total a 7. It doesn't 7 out. So this group is amidst a much larger group that is not teaching properly. Who is this group with the 63? Well, I'd have to go back and try to find out, but instead I'm going to go back to one that I know had a big impact on Bible understanding, and that's Jerome. Okay? And it's kind of cute that his birth occurs right here in 347. See, because remember, this is 346 at the end. Jerome was born in 347. And obviously, the first 12 years of his life, he didn't grow. I mean, that's understandable. Okay? But here, in the next 21 years, which takes us to 379, we got a growth group. Now, what was that about? Well, you can look up Jerome in Wiki. You can look up Jerome anywhere. And Wiki's not always the best source, but it's got interesting bibliography, and it's often adequate. Okay? So you see, he was born 347, he dies 420. And so then you get into, how much do we know about him? And again, you want to vet all this. You don't just accept it. But pretending that it was reasonably accurate, okay? He wasn't baptized until 360 or 366. That's a pretty wide margin. Oh, crud. Oh, nuts. I have to... Alright, I have to terminate. I can't do this in the 64. I'll have to do this on another machine. It just doesn't work well in 64-bit. Okay, I found a way to temporarily, at least, get through this business on Jerome without having to change computers yet. What I'd started to say was that Jerome's, if this is about Jerome, big if, then his birth is marked right here at 347. First syllable here, apo of apobino. And it's kind of clever if it is him because it means to descend from a ship, which is the same idea as birth, because the key word for church is pleroma, and pleroma means to fill up a ship or a woman with cargo. Okay? So it's clever, and this is the kind of finesse that Luke does, so it's not out of character to be playing that. If that's true, then Jerome is 12 years old here, and as you can see down here, this is the wiki article on him. He apparently was baptized somewhere between 360 and 366 AD. Well, if it was 360, then that's right here at the beginning of Tete. Okay? And Tete comes from tithmi, which kind of means to settle, to stand, to take a stand, to make up your mind. And this verse here is make up your mind, and make up your heart. It's the believing part of your mind. Not to rehearse what you're going to say beforehand, because the overall context is that you're going to be taken. Remember, I was explaining in earlier videos that this was about the persecution that was going to happen under Constantine. Okay, and by this point it's 346 AD, which is when just after Constantine died, and all of his kids were busy murdering their own relatives, and then each other. They went into civil war over whether or not God was one or three, and so he's warning them, that there's going to be wars, and you have to be on your guard. And you're going to be delivered over. See, here's the word for delivered over. Delivered over to the churches, and there were a whole bunch of councils and all that stuff under Constantine and under his sons about who was a heretic. All right? And so in the context of that, he's saying, this is an opportunity. The word apobino means it means to come down off a ship, literally. But it also means it creates a new opportunity, and here for your witness. So in the context of the text, it's saying, don't worry about the fact that you're going to be, the subject of civil war between the kingdoms and the churches, which of course are Constantine's sons, and who comes after them, because God's going to use it as an opportunity for a witness. Now notice that in the previous verse here, the opportunity for a witness, this is 346 AD, which is when this stuff really starts up. There's a 63 here, which means that there was a substantial group of believers who through this terrible time was growing. Okay, it means that the teachers, there were enough teachers. If this is about the teachers, there were enough teachers and enough students to make for a good period, but the overall effect was not a 70. Okay? So it's a good report card and a bad report card, and you can sort of see why. Because if you got all this delivering over to the churches, the local churches, see, this is a condemnation of the local churches. Okay? Busy with their councils and who's a heretic and all other crap. Okay? And then this is the kings, and the kings at this time were Constantine's sons, and by 346 they had murdered, literally murdered. See, Constantine dies in 337. Okay? So if you walk this back 7 syllables, to onomatosmou, that's 6, to onomatosmou, that's 6 syllables, so eneken. Just at the Ken, Constantine dies in the middle of the verse. That's not good. Middle of the word. Okay? It's a condemnation of him. Just like in the Ephesians text. Okay? So, the fight that they have over these next 7 years is with each other, killing their own relatives, and they all take different positions on whether God is 1 or 3, and then they all fight with each other, whole civil wars over that. And all that is starting up just about here. Alright, well, in 347, our boy Jerome is born. And he's born during the period that says, you know, it's an opportunity for your witness. And he's 12 years old at this point. Now, if, as it says down here, he was baptized in 360, that means he was 13. And that's an important period of time. It could be as late as 6 years later when he was 19. It's not so important that he was baptized. I mean, because the whole ceremony of baptism in that day and age was really, what do you want to call it? Apostate. So he's sort of starting out on the wrong road. He's starting out on the official mainstream Christian road. Okay? And this is saying, you know, make up your mind in your heart, make up your mind, make up your belief, that you're not going to rehearse what you're going to say when you're under attack. Because that's the context of the previous verse. Okay? This is for a testimony, and make up your mind you're not going to rehearse. So where it's starting to say make up your mind, if he was baptized at 13, then that's when he's learning to make up his mind. Okay? Tete un en te tais cardiais. That's 8 years later. So right where the cursor is in humon, or well, cardi. Alright, so tete is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so he'd be 19 there, in the middle of cardiais. Yeah, I mean, when you're 19, you know, you're just starting to learn to have a heart. Starting to learn what to believe. Okay? He's 33 by the end of this 21. Now, it's not necessarily referencing him, but it could be. Because this is 379, and in 379, he had 6 years earlier some sort of vision, which does not bode well for this guy's understanding of Bible. But as a result of him having his vision, see, he had a vision, calling it Lay Secular Studies because he was trying to be a philosopher and devote himself to God. He seems to have abstained for a considerable time from the study of classics and plunged deeply into that Bible. Well, okay. So he had a fake vision from the demon boys or something. But that caused him to want Bible. Okay, well, God's going to honor that. Doesn't matter how he got there. Okay? So then he's studying under some guy, Apollonarius of Laodicea. And apparently Apollonarius was judged heretical by the official teachers of the day. Which might mean that Apollonarius actually learned the Bible, or it could mean he was a goofball in a different way. Okay? And especially because our boy Jerome decides he's going to have a life of ascetic penance. That's not what the Bible calls for. But if you're going there and you want to actually study Bible, well, okay, so then he goes to Antioch, and then he's playing hermit. But if he studied Bible and wrote, and he's learning Hebrew, and he's, you know, going with the Jews to learn Hebrew, that's all good. So on the one hand, he's a goofball, and on the other hand, he's going in the right direction. All right? Now, he ends up becoming, see, returning to Antioch in 378 to 379, he was ordained. So now he's going in the wrong direction. But he had some growth. So if this is talking about him personally or people he was around, 379, which you see highlighted now in dark gray, unfortunately, okay, is when he was ordained as part of the official, now he's part of the official Catholic thing, okay, at the end. Because he's still goofball enough he can't tell the difference between real doctrine and what he learned, but he did grow some, and he does know something about Hebrew, and he wants to learn the Hebrew and the Greek and collect the scriptures. Okay, so that's good, but that's the last time it's good. And what's so astonishing to me, if this is talking about him, okay, this is 379, then this goes 13 years, not 14 years, 13 years more, 379, 389, 392, because he lives until 420, okay? And remember, this is 387 plus 30, so that's 417 at the end. Then what he does from 379 forward, even though it's got a huge impact on church, apparently doesn't have any spiritual impact on him. That's a pretty devastating thing to say. This is the guy, more than anybody else in his time, who went about trying to find the manuscripts, Hebrew and Greek, and correct the old Latin translation. That's what he's known for. And he finished it about 405 AD. So we got 379 is the end there. 389, 392. He hadn't yet finished it. Okay? 389 and 3 is 392. So if you want to get to 405, that's 393, 394, 395, 396, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402, 403, 404, 405. So it's not exactly as good as it should have been. But it did have a huge impact. It had a huge impact at the time because what ended up happening is as he was doing the translation, he was giving it out. He was arguing with Augustine over even doing it. Augustine didn't want him to do it, especially from the Hebrew. And as he's doing it, he's giving it out, and individuals that he knew were getting what he retranslated. And then they were compiling it also. Alright? And then they were giving it out. So you had a bunch of individuals around 405 and following, because this takes you all the way to 417 AD. You had a bunch of individuals who were getting the text, but the official Christendom that he allegedly belonged to, because he was actually doing this translation under Pope Damasus. Okay, he was commissioned to do it under Pope Damasus. But when the Bible's only doing 38 here, okay, it's not even 7. It's saying that the growth didn't occur in him or in the people who got it then. But down here, by the time you get to 450, this is still a bad number. This is saying temple down. Okay? But you'll notice that we got the 49 here, and then we got another 126 here. So when the 49 is here, that's analogous to Israel, having 49 years, outside the land, and now it's time to rebuild. Okay? And this 126 is basically saying the church really isn't growing from this. But at the same time, something's going on. It's not totally zero. It's not totally bad. It just is, as it were, establishment Christianity remains in the tank. So if there's growth in here, in any of these numbers that aren't orange, they're individuals who are growing. Okay? Now what was happening during this time? Well, 469 is 499, AD. 505 is 535 AD. And one of the things that starts to happen here, okay, and it really starts at the, this is 483, okay, around about in here, you got Columba. Well, you don't actually have Columba yet. You start to have missionaries, okay, and about here at 535, you have what's the first establishment of what would become a lot of monasteries under a guy that's called Saint Benedict. He's called Saint posthumously, of course. But Benedict was a guy who really wanted to, what do you want to call it? He really wanted to establish a life separate from establishment Christianity. There's a breakout of individuals. Not, Jerome happened to be like them, where he's ostensibly writing under Pope Damasus, but he's living apart from establishment Christianity. He's one of a sort of slowly starting movement of people who just want the Bible, and they just want to learn it, and they're going to call themselves Catholic so they can get it, but other than that, they really don't want much to do with the Catholic Church. And Benedict decided he was going to start a whole bunch of monasteries, which he does in 529. And this is 535. So saying 49 here is saying, okay, it's like the Bible has been in the tank, and that's what really happened with Jerome's translation too, is that it wasn't accepted as mainstream, but it was accepted by individuals. And so now there's this development here of monasteries, and the question is, and it's not real easy to find out, the question is how much of Jerome's translation was being used in the monasteries versus the official Old Latin. There's mixed evidence that Jerome's translation and the Old Latin were sort of coexisting. And I'm getting that from Christopher de Hamel's book about the history of the Bible. He doesn't know of the meter, and I would love to know if we could find old manuscripts which have meter in them, where the meter's marked. Because I would think that those manuscripts ought to exist. But so far, I'm not finding any evidence that they do, because if I know of this, wouldn't any of the monks copying it have noticed? But I can't prove that. In any event, what you have going on here in the monasteries is that some of them are using what Jerome wrote, and when Jerome translated it, he was using current Latin of his day, fixing the old Latin and fixing the mistranslations in it, but updating it to current Latin of his day. And what was basically the problem is that the mainstream official churches weren't accepting his vernacular Latin. They wanted to use the old Latin because it was the words that everybody accepted. They didn't like new words being used, even if they were more accurate. But not everybody held to that view. So if he's more properly translating the Latin from the Hebrew and the Greek, and some of them are accepting it, and some of them aren't, you would expect the numbers that you see here not to be sevened. But at the same time, it gets sevened here by 616, which is 646. And by this time, 646, the Benedictine monasteries are in full flower, mostly in France, to some extent in what we would start to call Germany. They were really moving up, which means that there was an interest in learning Bible here. Now the question is this 646 with its 21 prior referencing anybody specific? And the answer is I don't know. I gotta look it up. So that'll be the next increment. Okay, so I'm going back for a second to Jerome. Right here, it's very hard to read. At antepen. Okay. Right here at the A, that's an EI there. Antepen means to speak against or resist, which is really appropriate. This would be 405 when Jerome's translation was finished. And he had been sending it out to people. And as I had said, and you can confirm this in Christopher DeHamel's book on the monastery section, that the mainstream churches, see, you got churches, and not yet, but just starting now, missionaries who were like living like hermits, okay? Little groups of hermits were starting to populate, especially the east, but also in the west. And you had like individuals who were local teachers of local congregations who wouldn't necessarily be accorded an official church recognition. And a lot of them were accepting the contemporary translation that Jerome had made. But the mainstream didn't, because they liked the old Latin, that the words were familiar. It's kind of like the King James onlyist movement today. They don't like retranslations. They try to speak against it, the antepen. The actual vocabulary form of the word is anti-lego. Speak against, literally. A lot of them were speaking against it. All right? So you have a split that's going on here, which accounts for why you don't have a growth going on. I mean, Jerome's understanding of Bible was like terrible, but his translations were pretty good. And even though he was doing it for Pope Damasus, the local churches that were ostensibly Catholic were not accepting the new words, okay? But some were. So you got a split going on here. Now, what I think accounts for the meter doing this is that, there is this guy, and as crazy and goofball as he was, he did pay attention to the actual Hebrew and the actual Greek, and he tried to translate it into good, in those days, modern Latin, and he wasn't accepted. So you don't have to be theologically mature to translate a text. It helps because, translation errors occur because of lack of maturity. But if all you are is just, as it were, scholastic, and you're just, what do you want to call it, anal about translating the text, then you can come up with a good translation. And, there are certain Bible verses that are just brilliantly translated that really, surprise me, because I know that the translators, by and large, are not only not mature, but they're like spiritual children. And you can tell that because the slant, for example, in English is very religious, okay, which many times is the opposite of what the Bible verse is telling you. So to have him get out a better translation than they had, and to have it not be accepted, accounts for a lot of why these numbers are so bad. Okay, 33 is kind of interesting because that's how old the Lord was when he died, and this is talking about death. So that by 450 AD, Jerome's translation had been out for 45 years. And this is signified as a 203, which means that if this is the teacher line, the official Christianity teacher line, it's bad. Because this 203 means temple down. That's the syllable number in Isaiah for the very time when temple goes down. The Hebrew at Isaiah 53, 203, ending at the words, Okay? So it's not good. But you'll notice that in this text, this verse, he's saying, I'm going to give you the mouth with the wisdom to speak, and nobody will be able to refute you or gainsay you. All right? But his translation's coming out here, and they are gainsaying him. All right? They're gainsaying his translation. All right? So that's a negative. Now, one guy who might have gotten it then, or would have gotten it over the succeeding years, because this is 450 now, okay, is a guy who's called St. Patrick, all right? And this is Patrick's wiki article. I'm not saying it's particularly accurate. In fact, when compared with some of the other stuff I've got, it's not paying attention to some of the other research. But here, the point is, when was Patrick alive? Okay? And this article is claiming that his own writings don't help you date it other than the fact that it was the 5th century, which means the 400s AD. Okay? And now it says, and this is really important, even though Patrick quotes in his own writings from the Acts of the Apostles, oh, I hate that, as they are rendered by early 5th century Bible known as the Vulgate, this was Jerome. These quotations may have been added later to replace the other quotation from the earlier, meaning Old Latin, Bible version, and therefore cannot be used to securely fix Patrick's dates. Okay. I have another book called The Atlas of Bible and Christianity, which is edited by Tim Dowley. You can get it in Amazon. And it dates Patrick's missionary period from 432 to 461 AD. All right? 432 to 461. So this is 450. So it'd be right in the middle of his missionary period. Okay, this was Antipin, and the Vulgate would have come out. All right, Jerome's Vulgate would have come out. Maybe Patrick did, in fact, get a hold of it. And so maybe these quotations are not replaced. And maybe he used the old ones. We really don't have complete proof. But it's plausible that he would have had it. And he was, of course, a missionary to Ireland. And he ran around Ireland converting people. According to Tim Dowley's book, it was from 432 to 461 AD. So that's coming right in here. But of course, that's only Ireland. So if this is like a world timeline about mainstream Christianity's teachers, it's not good. But at the same time, it's good to benchmark it there, because this text is about being delivered over, okay, and brothers against sisters and all the rest of it. And that was actually going on in the Roman Empire. But Ireland is not part of the Roman Empire at this time. Okay? Ireland is apart from the Roman Empire. So what's happening in Ireland is kind of like maybe really instrumental. And maybe our boy Patrick is using the real Vulgate. Not that he has to, but maybe he is. And that's why it's benchmarked here. Okay, because this is the specific rulers at this time are the sons of Constantine. And by 452, I want to say that Constans is dead. It might not have been Constans. But there were 3 brothers, and they all died within 10 years of each other. And the last one dies like 461, and I want to say that's Constantius too. Okay. And they were in the middle of a civil war at this point in the Roman Empire. While Patrick, if the dates in the Tim Dowley book are right, Patrick was evangelizing Ireland. And the point then would be, is while the brothers, see, here's the word for brothers, the Constantine sons, are all hating each other and fighting each other and turning each other over to death, which is exactly what was going on in the Roman Empire. way up in Ireland. There's this guy who had originally supposedly been kidnapped by pirates, and that's how he got to Ireland in the first place. Ended up having a copy of the Antipin Vulgate or some other version, and he was using it to evangelize by himself, just one guy, not part of the official church. And of course, in retrospect, because he did such a good job, the Catholic Church tries to claim him. But honey, had he been alive in the Roman Empire, they would have called him a heretic, and they would have killed him. Okay, because he wasn't part of any of the entrenched groups at the time. Okay, so whatever you want to say about Jerome, it wasn't just him, because he had sent out copies of his translation, number one, and because the mainstream wasn't accepting it, number two, and because they were busy engaged in a civil war, number three, and because there were still individuals outside the Roman Empire, number four. You know, we're looking at Ireland, but, you know, don't forget, outside the Roman Empire also means Persia, down south in Egypt, farther south, which they call Upper Egypt. Upper is lower and lower is upper. It's really ridiculous. There were individuals, okay? So this might be a verdict on mainstream Christianity, but that doesn't mean that there weren't individuals out there who had good information, who were getting people interested in the Bible, getting people saved, etc. St. Patrick being potentially one of them, if the Tim Dowley dates are right. Here, they're less sanguine about it. They say, well, you know, it was sometime in the 5th century and probably in the last half. Okay. I'm going to go with Dowley because they pay a lot more attention to things, and this is a wiki article. Okay? And then they're trying to say, you know, the problem with the dating. And here they go. The annals date Patrick's arrival to 432, and then they dispute that. But this date was probably artificially chosen to minimize the contribution of Palladius, who was sent to Ireland in 431, and maximize that of Patrick. So in other words, you know, 432 is what Dowley is using. Okay? And they're saying that's probably not true. All right? Then we have, well, when did he die? Well, this one's saying 457, which would shoot the Dowley dates out of whack. Okay? And then there's also saying 462 is maybe when he died. That also agrees with the Dowley dates. Okay? But then here's another one in 492 where they say Patrick died. Okay, so if he was 120 years old, which is kind of doubtful, was it that late? Well, Dowley's opting with the 461, okay, rather than 492. So if you want to, you know, accept the earlier date of 460 for Patrick's death, circa 460, which is kind of what Dowley's doing because he's saying 461. He's saying scholars of early Irish history tend to prefer the later date of 493. Well, if that's true, I mean, he couldn't have been more than like 65 years old when he died. In those days, people didn't live that long. Okay? So I have trouble, you know, thinking that he died that late. So I'm going to go with the Dowley age, and then if you want to accept something else, you can. What is not disputable is that this guy went all over Ireland and evangelized it, and of course he's the patron saint of Ireland to this day. And that has a lot to do with that. I remember my pastor talking a lot about Patrick and saying that he really did know his doctrine and that he did, you know, evangelize Ireland. Now, whether my pastor later changed his mind on that, I don't know. You know, I haven't heard everything he's taught, but I don't remember him changing his mind, let's put it that way. But for the sake of argument, because if it's not Patrick, it's somebody. For the sake of argument, somebody got the Vulgate that was translated by Jerome, starting right here. Somebody's, individuals, because I know through his letters that he wrote to Augustine, he was sending it out piecemeal, okay? And then he sent out, he finally completed it in 405, which is what this is marking. Okay, it's true that the mainstream objected to what he translated because they wanted the old words instead of the new words that are unfamiliar to their laity. And it's true that for the next 4 centuries, while some people accepted the translation right away, a whole bunch of them didn't, and they waited until it was old enough and nobody understood it anymore before they started using it. It was about by 800 the Vulgate becomes mainstream. 800, 400 years later. So you can see why Luke would be numbering this at 203. Bad. Okay? Because the Vulgate that I've got is Jerome's, and the Latin in it is still pretty comprehensible. I studied Latin in high school. And it's pretty comprehensible, and the translation is generally okay. There are some places where it goes bonkers. Like in the book of Hebrews, it uses the word worlds instead of time for ionos in Hebrews 1, 2, or 3. I forget which of the 2 verses it is. But the Greek word there is ionos, and it means time. Time was designed around Christ. But they translate it secularum, which means the world. Okay, well, no, not. Okay, not. So, sometimes Jerome screwed up, or maybe that's an old Latin translation, because the old Latin kept creeping back into Jerome's work also. But the point is that you got at least one guy here represented by Patrick, who by 450 was evangelizing possibly and plausibly with Jerome's translation, and he's making gains. Okay, but the gains he's making are only in individuals, because we got no 7 groups here. Maybe it was just him. Okay, but there are no group 7s here. But the time is benchmarked, and I think that's significant. And the next time that's benchmarked is 469, which is basically saying it's time for church to start rebuilding now. It's had its 49 years in diaspora. Okay? And then, as I had finished last increment, we come down to 616, because that's the next time we have a growth. And the question is, who is this person, if it's anybody? Okay? Especially under this kind of text, because it's talking about, horrible things happening amongst the people. Lots of anger all over the world. Okay? 616 is 646 at the end of the period. 21 years, it means it's beginning, this is 595. 595 and 30 would be 625. So from 625 to 646, we have growth. Okay? The other thing that we have going on here, though, is the kind of growth that it is of monasteries. Because that started with St. Benedict, who was a real jerk. Okay? He himself personally was a jerk. But it started around 529. But see, once you start, you can be a jerk. Of course, we all are jerks when we start the Christian life. But once you start learning Bible, and if you have monasteries that are copying Bibles, aren't they learning the Bible while they copy it? I mean, why else would you want to be a monk? Except to be near Scripture. Okay? So there is some growth going on, but it's not good in the mainstream, because it's a 126, which is like Temple Down again. But at the same time, somewhere between 625 AD and 646, we got a group growing. My question is, I don't know what group that is, and so I'm going to have to try to find out, which I will hopefully by the next increment. Okay, I spent some time trying to find out if there was any particular missionary or set of missions that would account for this 21 that is ending at the equivalent of our 646 AD, and I'm not finding anybody. There were a lot of missionaries. You got Columban, those were coming after St. Patrick. You have a guy named Aidan, who was also as a result of Columba. But they were all really goofy people. And there's goofy stuff written about him, including goofy stuff about St. Patrick. So you also had somebody coming along a little bit later named Boniface, who was supposedly an apostle of the Germans. And not all of this is actually happening by 646. Some of it's a little bit later. But the point is that this devastating 126 condemnation of mainstream Christianity doesn't seem to have any kind of counter proof. Okay? In other words, it's a well-deserved number that Christianity, even with the missionaries, was largely in the toilet during this time. But apparently because this is the equivalent of 625, between 625 and 646, there was some growth. Trouble is, I can't link it to any particular missionary. The only thing I can say about it is that around here, starting in 525, a goofy guy named Benedict started up a bunch of monastic missions. And if they're monastic missions and they're copying Bible, it's understandable that at least some individuals, see, because you don't have any orange here, so any growth is going to have to be individuals. That any individual growth is going to be limited, and it would be limited to the monks. I mean, the heroic story that Luke seems to be telling, because it's particularly pronounced, going here, because that's a really good number, and then especially here. Okay, these are groups and good totals, good report cards. The story that Luke seems to be telling, if I'm interpreting the numbers correctly, as a timeline of the teachers. In here, what would account for this 21 by 646, from 625 to 646, it would be because, when our boy Jerome did his new translation, some of the people who got it ran with it. Okay? Mainstream, no. But some individuals, yes. And then by the time you have the start of the Benedictine monasteries here, even though Benedict himself and the monastery rule of Benedict was goofball, if they were copying Scripture, they would have been learning Scripture, and they'd have grown out of their goofballness. I was a goofball Christian. I used to think that pointing your finger into some section of the Bible with your eyes closed would help you know the will of God. That's how bad I was when I was 18. Okay, that was before I got under my teacher. It was, the year that I learned of him. I was still like that just before I learned of him. Okay? And once I started to learn of him, and once I started to get his classes, that's how I learned Hebrew and Greek. Because that's how he taught it, was from the Hebrew and Greek. And I learned them in vocabulary form, but it wasn't all that hard. And then some years later, I got a hold of the actual text, and I learned how to read the Greek letters, and I'd already had a familiarity with the sound. And the same thing with the Hebrew. It wasn't that hard to learn. It took me like 18 months, because I already heard so much of it before. Okay, well, maybe that's what happened with these guys. Individual monks, they're copying, and of course, you don't have to know the language to copy it. You're just copying the shapes of the letters. But maybe that's how they learned to read. Okay? And because in the scriptoriums, that was a source of income to them, was to copy Bibles. Okay, so you could learn to read as a result of learning to copy. And then as you learn to read, you learn to understand. And as you learn to understand, you start to put two and two together, and you're copying the Bible so many times, it sticks. Plus, they used to read sections of the Bible. They had what they called a liturgy, where they go through the Bible. It was kind of a lot like the ancient, and still today, modern Hebrew method of going through the Bible in a year or two. The Hebrew word for it is parashat, and it really means paragraphs. And you'd have a section that you'd always read at the same time every year, and that's what their liturgy was, is they'd have sections of scripture that you read, at Lent. And it was always the same one every Lent. And then sometimes you'd mix it with other paragraphs. That's the Hebraic style too. And maybe that's what happened, is they'd read it at meals, they'd read it at their services, and so individuals grew. And when you have enough of that going on, here 126 years worth, yeah, technically speaking, the mainstream is in the trash, but you're going to have individual growth, and when you have enough individuals growing, and they talk to people, and they talk to people, and so on, you're going to have a group. And that's 21. This is like basic growth. 21 is a basic growth number. The number of years that what's his face? Jacob was in slavery. I mean, slavery was really indenture, be a better word for it, but slavery is the word the Bible uses to mean indenture. But he voluntarily enslaved himself to Laban to work off, the marriage contract. Okay? So that's basic. Enslaving yourself until you work out your debt. Okay? So they were growing then. Doesn't mean that they were right in their doctrines, but by 646 AD there was a group. And you can see how there would be, because if we start up here, okay, we're starting up here when Jerome's translation comes out, and it cycles and circulates and circulates and circulates, and we saw how it might have done it through Patrick, which was 432 to 461, okay? Then, by 200 years later, when our boy Jerome's translation is old enough to be respected because now the language is too old, well, then maybe it started going into more circulation, but there'd already been people using it. So then they kept up the meaning as the Latin changed. They kept up the meaning and could talk about it properly. Okay, but I can't find a particular missionary or a particular monastery. Right at this point, the Benedictine monasteries had really started to multiply. Okay, but it might not be them. It might be one monastery. It might have been in Ireland. It might have been in England, because England had been evangelized by this point. England and Ireland were sending out their own missionaries to Europe at this point. Okay? So maybe it was there. Maybe it was England. Maybe it was Ireland. Maybe it was France where the Benedictines were. But here's the one thing you can say for sure. Scripture was being disseminated, and at this point, Jerome's translation was beginning to be accepted. Okay? It was beginning to be accepted by the mainstream. So then that kind of can account for the 21, but I can't say in particular who it might be. Okay? And is it a time of anger in the world? You bet. This is when all the little tribes, from from Clovis, the kids. He had several kids. He divided up his kingdom, and under the Salian law, the way the kingdoms worked is that each of the sons got some, and then they started fighting with each other to see who would, rule over who. It was kind of like Constantine all over again. It wasn't supposed to be that way, but it did get that way. So there was a whole lot of orge, anger amongst the people. Okay? A whole lot of that going on. There's a whole lot of fighting. Quite a lot. Okay? So between the fighting and the monasteries and having copies of Bible that at least some people, since it came out in 405, could understand and teach. Okay? There was also a certain degree, but not a whole lot. There was a certain degree to which some of the monasteries were saying, you know what, let's go find the original Hebrew. Let's go find the Greek and start making our copies, accordingly. And that was going on. Because we do have Greek manuscripts from this period. A lot of our Greek manuscripts are from the 5th, which is 400s, and 6th, which is the 500s century. Okay? So by 646, you got a pretty good amount of scriptural backup in the original Greek and Hebrew, as well as in the Latin. The Latin by far is the most numerous. But then that means that people are talking about it, they're learning it. Okay, so then there would be a 21, a sort of basic growth in groups. But notice it goes back down again, here and here and here. And yet, that's why I said this in the prior increments, you got only individuals here, and yet it's a 91, which is stressing the role of the individuals. All right? And this would be 737 AD. We don't know who the individuals are, okay? But they obviously came forth from this group. You got a group growth, and then it goes back to individuals again, and yet it's a 91 by that point. And of course, the 91 includes, well, actually it doesn't. The 91 is a result of this growth in between of the individuals. So those individuals who grew during this time, and this is just before Charlemagne is going to, I think he's basically born here. It's before the advent of Charlemagne. So these individuals really mattered, but we have no idea who they are. Okay? Now, when you come farther along, from 707 forward, unfortunately I can't show here the whole line. Then we got another group growth here, ending at 779. Okay, and that's definitely just before Charlemagne. That would be in the reign of Pippin the Short, his dad. And that was the moving over the, upending of the Merovingians and the replacement by the Carolingians through Pepin the Short, and really through his dad, Charles Martel. And 732 was the Battle of Tours, and that's why this is significant. And Battle of Tours would be 5 syllables prior, before Salon, Salu, Kai, that's 3. Thalasis, yeah, I covered that before. Thalasis. The sea, politics. Bible always uses the sea to mean politics or polities. And so that was when Martel won, and after Martel won, they were much more influential as mayors of the palace in the remaining Carolingian dynasty. But the Carolingians who were in power were weak. I mean, truly weak. And so this is about the deposition under Childeric III, when Pepin the Short takes power. Okay, but one of the things they do when they take power is they're real big on scripture. And of course, in 768, because this is 779, this is the year that Charlemagne actually begins to be a king. In 779, he had already been king for like 11 years, because he comes to power in 668, which is about here. Okay, some say 768. Some say 771, so maybe about here. Okay, so, but he isn't crowned as a Holy Roman Emperor until like about 10 syllables back of this, because the 780 equals 820, 810, and in 800 he was crowned by the Pope, who wanted to make sure that he could retain some kind of control. But the thing about Charlemagne is that he really wanted everybody to learn scripture. And so monasteries flourished like crazy during and after his reign. Even though after his reign things didn't go so well, because it ended up splitting up. But the monasteries, and first they were called the Clunies, and then they were called the Cistercians, they go gangbusters. There are hundreds of monasteries grow just after Charlemagne and onward, and that's resulting in this growth. We got group growth here, good group growth. Okay, and one of the foci of the Cluny and the Cistercian monasteries was, let's find and compare the original scripture in Hebrew and Greek to the text we got, and let's make sure we have the right text. That was one of their main foci, okay? So that would account for this going on, and that would also account for why it looks like the Lucan timeline is about the teachers, because this is the singular feature of this time from 1038 forward. Is the 1100s AD was known as a period when the Cistercians in particular were trying to get accurate copies of manuscripts in Greek and in Hebrew so that they could fix the Latin and they could make better translations and make better copies, and they were making a lot of Greek and Hebrew Old and New Testaments, particularly Greek, because they would take the Hebrew and they'd translate it into Greek. Or they would take a hold of the Greek Old Testament that they had from the Jews, which is really what the Jews had translated, and then they would be copying that. So there's a whole bunch of that going on here. Focus on the text. And therefore, if you got the focus on the text, you got focus on teaching the text. And if it's a focus on teaching the text, it's being nice to, but at the same time, sort of ignoring the papacy in Rome. And that was one of the other features of the Cistercians and the Clunies before them, was that they wanted to reform the whole system. They were really pretty much against the papacy, but they weren't trying to actually rebel so much as they were just trying to be separate. So that could account for why Luke's timeline is what it is. It's tracing the teaching. Okay? Now, that's my argument for it. If you got a better one, let me know. Alright, now what I'm going to do is just to check the interpretation. I'm coming back in the lower window. This is Matthew 24. The parsing is done by Anno Nominon. And the link will be in the video description so that you can download it yourself. You'll notice that here we're looking at a total of 560 by the time you get to verse 18. And I've already done a number of videos showing Matthew 24 both in English and here in the Greek on how you can see the organization of that text as well as the organization of the meter. However, here what we're specifically looking at is up here in the top window is Luke 21, and I'm trying to verify, at least for plausibility, the interpretation that Luke's point of departure and therefore difference in meter is that he's focusing on Christian teachers, either worldwide or specifically in the Roman Empire. And Roman Empire, understand, is going to undergo a split right here at the 420 mark, which is 450. This is when Constantine's boys literally turn it into a civil war zone, with each of the boys having control over some part of it. And then finally they manage to kill each other off so that only Constantius II is alive, and then he dies by 461. And so these negative in the sense that they're not 7 pieces are in part due to that. Okay, because when you're busy warring or you're living in a war zone, you're not having a whole lot of time to study Bible doctrine. So the 203 here for 450 AD is very relevant and very meaningful, especially when you got words like Adelphone, brothers, like Constantine's sons and sisters and friends. Well, that's what they were doing, where they were killing each other and fighting each other. So this text here, in delivering you over, okay, with all the fighting here in Luke 21:16, which is occurring at an earlier juncture in Luke. Hold on. I live near a police station. That's why that stuff happens. All this stuff happening at an earlier juncture in Luke is so important. Now, the same kind of thing is happening up here. Started in verse 10, well, actually verse 9. The same kind of text is in verse 9 in Matthew 24. And once you get here, the syllable count is 322, not 420. So, in a way, this is mentioned earlier here because of the other text that goes before it, but in terms of the actual syllable number, it's mentioned later. So I don't know if Luke is bracketing, because the information is sort of doubled. You know, Christ talks about it twice. And which of the two Luke is talking about here when he's talking about brothers and sisters against each other, because you'll see that this text is not saying anything about brothers and sisters. Whether he's bracketing it or paralleling it. Because this is 322 in the syllable count, which makes it 352. And, I'm sorry, 352 was the brothers. 452 is a result of the brothers a century later. Because it really is still brothers and sisters against each other. This is all about whether God is one or three. And actually at 450 you're talking about two sisters in particular, Pulcheria and her sister-in-law, Eudokia. Eudokia was in Jerusalem at the time courting the Jews, and she had, you know, sort of like a special recognition and respect in Rome as a result of doing that, and that made Pulcheria angry, and so there's a whole big rift going on between the sisters. Okay, but you could consider Pulcheria wasn't married. That was her big thing. She was claiming to be the mother of God at this time. This is where the Maria Theotokos doctrine gets started, because she's claiming to be the reincarnation of Mary. It's really gross. And she had control over the government. And her brother, see, brothers, okay, was in control, and that's why she takes control, because he's too young. Okay, so there is a kind of parallel being used here, because this is actually occurring. This is the 322 mark, and 322 plus 30 years for his death is 352, and that was the actual year in which the sons of Constantine were literally killing each other and having civil war over whether God was one or three. And it never quite ended, okay? And this is up here in Luke, this is 450 at its end, at the juncture. And 26 years later, Rome officially splits under Odovaker. Okay, but what I had been trying to explain before was that, see, these individual blue or purple numbers, the purple is divisible by 3 as a Trinity meter, because Trinity meter is also very pronounced in the Bible. And so why do we have all these individuals? And this is a 49, implying, you know, it's so bad, it's temple down. 49 years you had to wait for the rebuilding. So the implication is that a rebuilding begins, and the 126 means it began all right, but it didn't work for the group. For the group. But there are individuals in here. And what I had said is that right about this place especially, this is where the Benedictine monastery started, 529. And this, you know, benchmark stands for 535. So do I have here in Matthew, down below, anything that's sort of saying the same thing? And yeah, I do. Because, see, here's 560. Alright? That's 560 after his death, so that corresponds to 590 AD. The voting period, the historical voting period, which the Lord is definitely tracking, ends at that point. So it has a 70-year spread prior to that. And here you see the total meter for that time. There's a 70-year mass voting period. So from 490, which starts right here, right there just after Haggai, the voting period is starting here, and Anonominon didn't remember to correct the meter here. This really belongs either on its own line or appended here. It does not belong to verse 15. Okay, not really. I mean, it should be separated out. It's 9 syllables, and the total count here is 44. Okay, but it is 35 syllables right after Haggai. So the Lord is making a distinction for the 490 specifically, and then this total here, and this 25 includes the 9. So that his totals are right. This here is the 70 years. Okay? So the 35 is right, it's just that this text is in the wrong place. It should be on the next line. And otherwise, the 25, 22, and 23 are all correct. Okay, 25 is the sum of these 9 syllables here, including the syllables here, which are 16. Okay, so 16 and 9 is 25. So in parentheses, he's got 70, but no one clause added up to 70, so that's why he's got it in brackets. Okay, so the 70-year voting period means that the period from 520 AD to 590 AD was critical because time could have stopped. Somebody must have won the 490. Okay, and the 490 is depicted here, as I had said before. You got 469, and then 20, taking it to 489, different fiscal year. Okay, so 490 years after Christ died is really 520, but he's benchmarking the 490s, playing with the fiscal. And he's probably doing that because he wants to make a point about how bad church is, okay, at that point. But there's some kind of recovery that goes on right afterwards, right during the voting period, because this is 505, and that corresponds to 435. But the level of voting is not mass. There's no mass. See, here we got some mass growth here with the 21. Okay, but here it's only individuals. Well, according to the rules that I've been able to ferret out about the 70-year period, one voting for God is enough. And the examples that the Bible provides in the Old Testament are Noah and Moses. Each of them came to maturity during their own historical 70-year voting period. And Psalm 90 actually records the testimony during that time. And I went through that in my Psalm 90 videos, which you can see in the Vimeo channel. So these individual votes then must be coming. I mean, it's a conclusion, okay, I can't prove it. But I would conclude that since you got monasteries rising here, and you got individuals going to the monasteries because that's the only place you could get Bible or read Bible or have Bible, that there were individuals who were actually reading the Bible and learning it as monks or maybe as cleaning ladies, you know, just so you could be around it, because it would be chanted at the services and it would be chanted at the meals, and then somebody who was secretly really interested in God could be learning what the words were and talking to God about it while they did their menial job. Or maybe it was a duke that commissioned a Bible to be copied. All right? And he was learning it. Maybe he was an invalid. I mean, there are all kinds of stories you can come up with. There's no restriction by God as to your social status or your intelligence, because all you have to do, and it's kind of common sense thing to do, is that when you sin, you name it to God. Okay? And one of the things that the Catholic Church was big on was admitting your sin. They thought you had to tell it to one of their official priests, but the Bible says you just admit it to God. And that goes all the way back to David in Psalm 32:5 and 66:18, saying, you know, I admitted to you, he's talking to God, I admitted to you my sin and you cleansed me. Well, the Psalms were very popular. A lot of people had the Psalms, and a lot of people had the Gospels. How many of them had 1 John, which directly tells you this? I don't know, but you didn't need it, really, for that. Okay, because there's all kinds of verses in the Old Testament, and especially in the Psalms, like I just said, where David says to God, I sinned against you. Well, somebody could read that and say, okay, well, I'm going to say the same thing. I sinned against you, God. Well, they wouldn't know, but it does make you filled with the Spirit when you do that. Then all of a sudden, your ability to understand Bible skyrockets. All right, so people must have done that. At least one person during this time, for time to continue, especially since this is a 49. Okay? So, do we see down here in Matthew something indicating the same idea? We know this total is 560. The last meter in it is 105. So that's 105 years minus 560, which would be 485. The 485th year after Christ died. Okay, the 485th year after Christ died would be what? 515. I think that's it. Hold on. $485 plus 30, 515. So somewhere around 515 AD is when this 105 starts. And the meter of 105, as far as I can tell, means that the goal got completed, but it's late. It's behind schedule. Okay? There is still a schedule. There is a schedule of time that can interfere with the rapture. That if not enough people are positive, then time is up and the whole world ends. That was the rule from the beginning with Adam. That's why this thing is being tracked. Okay, whether it's in Luke or Matthew. Okay, so when the Lord is doing it, He's not just looking at Bible teaching. But He's talking about the growth in general, and He's saying that for the period, the growth objective is met, but it's late. Okay? And specifically during the 70-year period. But it gets met, or this 560 wouldn't be there. It wouldn't have completed. So, that kind of helps us understand what Luke is doing. He's sort of explaining more about the problem of it being late. And obviously, by these numbers here being not in orange, they're not 7, so only individuals are maturing. And by 595 plus 30, by 625, it's still bad. Okay? But going back here from 515 to 590, because this is with the 30 added now, from 515 to 590, what we would be looking for is, this would be 485 in just the syllable counts. So we'd want to start it somewhere in here. Okay, that's 469, before you add the 30. That's 469. This gets you to 490. Okay, so we're not talking about that. It's sometime during the 16 years in here. Somebody grew. Okay? Somebody grew. Who that somebody is, well, we don't know. But somebody did grow. So they were paying attention. They were learning from Scripture, probably at a monastery. Okay? Now, if it wasn't at a monastery, because they don't really get started until 529, then there were precursors of the monastery where a whole bunch of people individually go out to live, alone. And they had to have Scripture with them. There were a bunch of movements like that in the East for a long time. But there started to be movements like that in the West, and even Jerome himself got started that way. Back up here, remember, this is when he publishes his Bible. But he had started here. This is 379 when he was ordained a priest. And he had already been living sort of like a hermit. And starting here, he starts to go mainstream Christianity, which is really interesting because you got a 21-year prior. But after that, it's not good. But he was in the company, he found some rich women who wanted to learn scripture, and they supported him financially and in other ways while he was busy doing the retranslation. So that's happening during this period from 379, adding the 30 back in again, from 379 until 417. And then he dies in 420. So he dies three years afterwards, and that's parado. Yeah, he's delivered over okay, but he's delivered over to God. So he dies there. So maybe in his group, this 21 represents some of them in his group growing, not just him. And maybe it represents just him, but it's not good after that. Or those in his group, because this is a 38, so it's not divisible by anything, those in his group, one or two of them grew, okay? Limited in number. But what I'm trying to say here is that monasteries per se really didn't start to come into flower in the West until with Benedictine, okay? And they were copying Bibles too, and you got individual growth, individual growth, individual growth, individual growth, okay? And it looks like the meter in Matthew 24 is saying pretty much the same thing, that the goal overall for the period gets completed but late, by 590, which is the 560 here. Okay, so the comparable period would be, this would be 578. Okay, and we're looking for 590. This would be 602. So somewhere between here and here, okay, it gets done. And then this is saying fulfilling these things are going to happen to fulfill everything that's been written. That's what this clause is for this period. And okay, that takes you to 602, which is about 10 years later. Okay, so the completion of the time happens. All right, because this is talking about completion also. I mean, it's got another meaning literally for the tribulation, but paradigmally, it means that the intention gets completed. And so this is saying 105, the intention gets completed, but it's late. I mean, technically it's just in time for history to continue, but it's later than it was supposed to be given the provision. And so there's a sort of confluence of argument here, because this is 105, and this is kind of skipping over the 560 marker, and taking you to 602, all right? And then if you counted like 105 syllables back from it, which you really can't do, 602, yep, you've got 10 more, 12 more. You'd want to go to like 469, maybe. Let's see. We'll take 572. 572 minus 105 minus 12. And so we'd be looking at 455 in the meter. And this is basically 2 years after this endpoint. So, ente, hupomone. That's interesting. This line here says whoever endures to the end will acquire his soul, meaning that you stay alive. Okay. That's kind of an interesting concept. So it's basically occurring from 453, because I had to add the extra 12 syllables, from 453 to 572. And that's 105 plus 12, and I'm adding the 12 because it's not breaking evenly at 490. This 105 in the lower window is measuring from 490. Okay, well, not quite. It's 490 minus 35. Let's do it even. 490 minus 35. Okay, yeah, 455, same period. Okay, so this is equivalent from 453 to 572. Okay, because I really have to subtract the 35 as well to get the 105. It's an equivalent period, but this isn't ending here at 560. It's ending 12 years later, so that's why you have to sort of play with it. So we got a darkness where individuals are growing, but not groups. So that kind of fits. Now before it, we had another 105. So then we'd be going back from this another 100 years. So it'd be roughly the 349 mark to 453. You have another break. Now this is a sevening, but it's not a good sevening. Okay, because 203 is a bad number. It means temple down. He's sevening it to signify temple down, not to signify growth. Now, from 349 to 453 is the measuring period, so this preceded it to get to the 349. All right? And again, in terms of AD, you're going to add 30 years, so that's 379 AD to 483 AD. And again, there was a movement amongst individuals to go alone, to just sit alone and study. And they were goofball in their doctrines, but see, if you started to get Bible during that time, and you were actually learning it, you could grow, but only as individuals. So to sit here and say we got a 105 ending here also, because 28 is growth under pressure, that he's saying occurred prior. To have another 105 here in Matthew roughly corresponds to the story that Luke is telling. Now prior to that, we got a 21 here, but in Matthew, we got a 28. So clearly in Matthew, it's talking about something else. And the 28 sentence is about people, being offended and, delivering over each other and hating each other. Okay? And so if we go back here to like this sentence, which would be the previous, okay, this is where Christ said, this is where our boy Jerome is born. He said, this will be an opportunity for your witness, and it's anabino, meaning to descend from a ship. So somewhere in like Eismarturion, alright, Eismarturion, that's 5 syllables, humin, okay, these would be the 7 syllables that when combined with the 21 that follows, these 7 would comprise the 28 that's down here in verse 10. Will correspond to it. And that could very well be. I just don't know who it is. I have a hard time that our boy Jerome is the subject of those 7 years because he's only 12 years old at the time the verse ends. So it must have been somebody else or some other persons. But they're individuals because see, there's 12. Alright? So the last 7 of the 12 plus the 21 here would be the 28 that corresponds down here to Matthew 10. So there is, and I'm not going to go through it all, I just wanted you to see that there is at least a little bit of tracking between Matthew and Luke about this dark period where you don't have in here, in the upper window, You got little pockets of growth for a group, but very seldom, okay? And then it's largely owing to the group, to the individuals growing during this period, that you got this favorable 91 by 737 AD. Because you only got, that's your group number, and it doesn't happen for very long, and it goes back to individuals again. And the 91 means that God's purpose for that period got met. Okay? So, if we went down here, 560 plus 119 is what? It's not quite the same. Bear with me. That's 679. And that's 707 in the meter. Okay? So, minus 707 means we got another 28 years to look at. So let's see if, alright, so that will go past the 23 here. Alright, so it's somewhere within this part. Equidistant. Car. Okay, equidistant. Sudo. Equidistant. Su. Okay. Somewhere about there. Well, actually be 28 syllables, so let's go, well, we've got 23 here, I need 5 more. Equidistant. Okay, just this one word, rising up, okay, will arise, there will arise. Okay, so from here to the end of equidistant, you got the 28 that ends up corresponding to the 707 here. Okay? Which means that both of these are ending at 737 AD. And by then you had a lot of missions out there. You had a lot of monasteries and a lot of missions. They were all in the Benedictine model, but just because the denomination is wacko doesn't mean the individuals who were copying Bibles in it were wacko. But that was the only place you'd get a Bible. So anybody who was really growing would have learned to keep quiet and just keep copying Bible, otherwise he wouldn't have access to it. Okay? So that would account for why this could be a 91 at this point. Okay? And now notice the text. There will rise, but it's cutting out the liars. False prophets, okay? Pseudo-Christs, okay? Pseudo-prophets that will be giving signs and wonders and all that other stuff. This was the time, and you read it in the text of the period. Oh, we had all these visions, and this guy and that guy, they all did miracles and wonders and yada yada, whether it was supposedly St. Patrick, or of course that was long after Patrick was dead. But you have things being said about Boniface, you have things being said about the different big missionaries of the time. There are all these lurid stories about how they did signs and wonders and all these fabulous things, which they didn't do. Or if they did them, they were lying, so they aren't the good guys in the story. But you can still have growth so long as you've got access to Bible, and that's what the 91 is telling you. That could have only been 1 person, 2 people, 5 people, 10 people. Okay? It's the same as the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Even if it's a very small number, it can be enough. Noah was 1 person. He voted. He was the only guy who voted for a long time. Moses was 1 person. He was the only guy who voted for a long time. Okay? And later you had Caleb and Joshua, but that's only 3 guys for about 6 million people. My pastor finally decided that it only takes 1 per 6 million to save the 6 million from destruction. Okay? So the number is very small, but it can be enough. And that's, I think, where I want to stop it. I mean, because you can pretty well, take the same thing said and, okay, here's later in history, and then all of a sudden the groups come back because everybody's trying to get the right copies and versions of Scripture down, and that's a group effort, and that means a group growth, and, 77 is a good number, 168 is 284s, so these are good numbers, but they take a while. Meanwhile, all you got are the individuals. So I think that's where I'm going to stop now. If you don't like it or you think I should say more, let me know.